This book, Not Angry, Master Calm Power, serves as an in-depth, practical guide designed to fundamentally transform your relationship with anger and help you cultivate a lasting state of calm strength and effectiveness. Anger, while a natural and sometimes necessary human emotion, often becomes a destructive force when left unchecked or managed poorly. It can silently erode your physical health, damage your most important relationships, hinder your career, and steal your peace of mind. This book moves beyond simplistic advice like just calm down or count to 10, offering a comprehensive approach rooted in proven psychological principles from cognitive behavioral therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy, and mindfulness practices. Instead of viewing anger as an enemy to be suppressed or vanquished, you will learn to understand its roots, recognize its triggers, and decode its messages. We delve into the powerful connection between your thoughts, your physical state, and your emotional experience, revealing how your internal landscape shapes your reactions. The core journey involves shifting from a reactive stance, where anger controls you, to a proactive one, where you choose your actions wisely, even when anger is present. You'll discover the limitations of trying to directly control your feelings and embrace the power of acceptance and willingness as pathways to freedom. By identifying what truly matters most to you, your core values, you'll find a compass to guide your actions, allowing you to build a meaningful life aligned with the person you aspire to be. Through practical exercises, insightful explanations, and evidence-based strategies, this book provides a complete toolkit to navigate challenging emotions, build profound resilience, and ultimately master your calm power. Chapter 1. What is anger? The moment begins innocently enough. You're driving home after a long day, mind already drifting to the evening ahead, when suddenly a car cuts sharply in front of you. You slam on your brakes, heart racing, and in an instant, something transforms within you. Heat floods your face. Your muscles tense. Your thoughts narrow to a laser focus on the offending driver. Perhaps you honk, shout, or gesture. Or perhaps you swallow it down, the tension settling into your shoulders as you continue driving, the moment replaying in your mind. What just happened? In a split second, you experienced one of humanity's most primal and powerful emotions, anger. Anger. The word itself carries weight, conjuring images of raised voices, clenched fists, and heated confrontations. For many of us, anger feels like an unwelcome intruder, a force that hijacks our better judgment and leaves regret in its wake. We're taught from childhood that anger is bad, something to be controlled, suppressed, or denied. Count to 10, we're told. Take a deep breath. Calm down. But what if our understanding of anger has been incomplete all along? What if anger, like all emotions, serves a purpose, carrying important messages we need to hear? What if the problem isn't anger itself, but how we relate to it? This is where our journey begins, not with techniques to eliminate anger, an impossible and potentially harmful goal, but with a deeper understanding of what anger actually is. Because before we can master calm power, we must first understand the force we're working with. Understanding anger, more than just being mad. When asked to define anger, most people struggle. We know it when we feel it, but describing it proves challenging. Is it simply being mad? Is it aggression? Is it the same as hostility or hatred? The confusion is understandable. Anger is complex, multifaceted, and deeply personal. At its core, anger is a fundamental human emotion, one of the basic feelings recognized across all cultures and throughout human history. Research by psychologist Paul Ekman found that people from vastly different societies, including those with minimal exposure to outside influences, could identify the facial expression of anger, suggesting its universality as part of our shared human experience. Yet while anger is universal, it's also intensely personal. Your anger has its own unique signature, the specific thoughts, physical sensations, and behavioral tendencies that characterize your experience. Some people feel anger as a burning sensation in their chest. Others notice tightness in their jaw or shoulders. Some experience racing thoughts. Others find their minds go blank. Some raise their voices. Others grow quiet and withdraw. There's no single correct way to experience anger, only your way. It's also important to recognize that anger exists on a spectrum of intensity. At the milder end, we find irritation, a slight annoyance that passes quickly. Next comes frustration, which emerges when our goals are blocked or progress impeded. Moving up the scale, we reach anger proper, a stronger emotional response to a perceived wrong or threat. And at the most intense end of the spectrum lies rage, overwhelming, explosive anger that can temporarily dominate consciousness. Understanding where your anger falls on this spectrum in different situations can help you respond appropriately. A mild irritation at a delayed meeting requires different handling than intense rage at a serious betrayal. But where does anger come from? What triggers this powerful emotion? Anger arises from both external and internal sources. External triggers include situations, events, or interactions that we perceive as threatening, unfair, or frustrating, like being cut off in traffic, receiving criticism, or having our boundaries violated. Internal triggers, meanwhile, include our thoughts, memories, physical discomfort, or even other emotions like fear or shame that we've learned to convert into anger. Crucially, it's not the external event itself that directly causes anger, but our perception of it. Two people can experience the exact same situation, a canceled plan, a critical comment, a long wait, and have completely different emotional responses based on their interpretation. This insight, which we'll explore more deeply in Chapter 2, offers our first clue to mastering anger. By understanding and potentially shifting our perceptions, we gain influence over our emotional responses. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the first link in the description to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. The purpose of anger: it's not always the enemy. For many of us, anger feels like nothing but a problem, a destructive force that damages relationships and clouds judgment. But this view misses something essential. Anger, like all emotions, evolved to serve important functions. Understanding these functions helps us work with anger more effectively rather than against it. First and foremost, anger serves as your body's alarm system, alerting you to perceived threats or injustices. When something feels wrong, unfair, or dangerous, anger rapidly mobilizes your resources to address the situation. It's part of your evolutionary heritage, the fight component of the fight or flight response that helped your ancestors survive genuine threats. Consider a simple example. You're walking down a street when someone shoves you hard from behind. In that moment, anger surges. Your heart rate increases, your muscles tense, and your attention narrows to focus on the potential threat. This physiological response prepares you to defend yourself if necessary. While modern life rarely presents physical dangers requiring such responses, your body still reacts to perceived threats, even social or psychological ones, with this ancient protective mechanism. Beyond this alarm function, anger also serves as a powerful motivator for positive change. Throughout history, constructive anger has fueled movements for social justice, civil rights, and equality. On a personal level, anger can motivate us to speak up when treated unfairly, rather than suffering in silence. Address problems rather than avoiding them. Set and enforce healthy boundaries in relationships. Overcome obstacles through increased energy and determination. Protect ourselves or others from harm or exploitation. Consider Rosa Parks, whose refusal to give up her bus seat in 1955 helped spark the Montgomery bus boycott. While history often portrays her as simply tired, Parks herself stated, "The only tired I was tired of giving in." Her anger at injustice, channeled into principled, nonviolent resistance, helped catalyze a movement that changed history. Or, consider a more personal example. A woman realizes her colleague repeatedly interrupts her in meetings. Her anger at this treatment motivates her to address the issue directly, speaking with her colleague privately and establishing a boundary. Without the motivating energy of anger, she might have continued to accept the disrespectful behavior indefinitely. This isn't to suggest that all anger leads to positive outcomes. Far from it. But recognizing anger's potential constructive purposes helps us approach it with greater nuance. Rather than viewing anger as an enemy to be eliminated, we can learn to see it as a signal carrying important information. Something feels threatening, unfair, or wrong. Our boundaries may have been crossed. Our needs may be unmet. Our values may be compromised. The key question becomes not how do I get rid of this anger, but rather what is this anger telling me and how can I respond wisely? Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. When good anger goes bad, the destructive side. While anger can serve valuable functions, we're all familiar with its destructive potential. The question isn't whether anger can become problematic, it clearly can, but rather, when and how does this happen? What transforms potentially useful anger into harmful rage? Anger typically becomes problematic in three main ways: when it's too intense, too frequent, or managed poorly. Intensity becomes an issue when anger escalates to a level disproportionate to the situation. Mild frustration at a computer glitch that morphs into table-pounding rage represents an intensity problem. At extreme levels of arousal, our cognitive abilities, reasoning, perspective-taking, problem-solving become impaired, leading to regrettable words and actions. Frequency becomes problematic when anger becomes our default response to life's challenges. Some people experience chronic anger, a persistent state of irritability, resentment, or hostility that colors their entire worldview. They may find themselves angry multiple times daily over minor issues, creating a pattern that taxes both body and mind. Management problems occur when we handle anger in ways that cause harm rather than help. Two common dysfunctional patterns emerge: suppression and explosion. Suppression involves denying or pushing down anger, pretending we're not angry when we are. While this may seem like a mature approach, suppressed anger doesn't simply disappear. Instead, it often transforms into passive-aggressive behavior, resentment, depression, or physical symptoms. The energy of anger, denied its natural expression, finds other outlets. Explosion, conversely, involves expressing anger in uncontrolled, aggressive ways: yelling, threatening, breaking things, or even physical violence. This pattern may provide momentary relief, but typically damages relationships, escalates conflicts, and often leads to shame and regret. Neither suppression nor explosion represents skillful anger management. The healthier middle path, which we'll explore throughout this book, involves acknowledging anger, understanding its message, and choosing a response aligned with your deeper values. The costs of poorly managed anger extend far beyond momentary discomfort, affecting virtually every aspect of well-being. Physical health suffers under chronic anger's influence. Research has linked persistent anger to increased risk of cardiovascular problems, including hypertension, heart attacks, and strokes. The stress hormones released during frequent anger episodes can suppress immune function, potentially increasing vulnerability to illness. Chronic muscle tension associated with anger may contribute to headaches, back pain, and other physical complaints. Mental health also bears anger's burden. Chronic anger correlates with increased anxiety and depression, creating a cycle where these conditions can further lower the threshold for anger, creating a self-perpetuating pattern. Persistent anger narrows cognitive focus, impairing judgment and decision-making. The mental energy consumed by anger, ruminating about past offenses or anticipating future ones, depletes resources needed for more constructive pursuits. Relationships perhaps suffer most visibly from unmanaged anger. Explosive outbursts damage trust and create fear in others. Even less dramatic expressions of chronic irritability gradually erode connection as others learn to walk on eggshells or withdraw to protect themselves. Professional relationships suffer similarly, with anger potentially limiting career advancement and collaboration opportunities. Finally, unmanaged anger restricts life possibilities. Energy that could fuel creativity, learning, and growth gets diverted to anger's demands. Opportunities for joy and connection are missed when anger dominates attention. The range of experiences available narrows as anger creates a filter through which everything is interpreted as a potential threat or offense. Given these significant costs, learning to work skillfully with anger represents one of the most important investments we can make in our overall well-being and life satisfaction. Wisdom through the ages, learning from the past. Humanity's struggle to understand and manage anger isn't new. Throughout history, philosophers, religious teachers, and thinkers across cultures have grappled with anger's power and developed insights that remain relevant today. Perhaps no philosophical tradition addressed anger more directly than Stoicism. The Roman philosopher Seneca devoted an entire treatise, De Ira, on anger, to the subject nearly 2,000 years ago. Seneca viewed anger as a dangerous passion that clouds judgment and leads to regrettable actions. He wrote, "No plague has cost the human race more dear. You will see slaughterings and poisonings, accusations and counter-accusations, sacking of cities, ruin of whole peoples, the persons of princes sold into slavery by auction, torches applied to houses, and fires not merely confined within city walls, but making whole tracts of country glow with hostile flame." While Seneca's language may seem dramatic to modern ears, his core insight remains valid. Unchecked anger can lead to tremendous harm. The Stoics advocated developing the mental discipline to recognize that our interpretations of events, not the events themselves, cause our emotional reactions. By examining and potentially adjusting these interpretations, we gain freedom from anger's grip. This Stoic insight anticipates modern cognitive approaches to anger management by nearly 2 millennia. Today's cognitive behavioral therapies similarly emphasize how our thoughts and beliefs about situations shape our emotional responses, a principle we'll explore in depth in Chapter 2. Eastern philosophical traditions offer complementary perspectives. Buddhist teachings identify anger as one of the 3 poisons, along with greed and delusion, that cause suffering. Rather than condemning anger as sinful, however, Buddhism views it as arising from misunderstanding and attachment. The antidote lies not in suppression, but in mindful awareness, clearly seeing anger's nature without being controlled by it. This approach forms the foundation for the mindfulness practices we'll explore in Chapter 4. These ancient wisdom traditions, while differing in their specific approaches, share a common recognition. Anger, left unexamined and unmanaged, creates suffering for ourselves and others. The path to freedom involves developing greater awareness, understanding, and skillful response, precisely the journey we're undertaking in this book. Getting started, your first steps. As we begin this exploration of anger and calm power, it's important to establish a few foundational principles that will guide our journey. First, we need to move beyond simple labels of anger as good or bad. Like all emotions, anger is morally neutral, a natural human experience that can be either constructive or destructive, depending on how we relate to it. Judging yourself for feeling angry only adds a layer of shame or guilt to the experience, making skillful management more difficult. Instead, approach anger with curiosity rather than judgment, seeing it as information rather than a personal failing. Second, understand that our goal isn't anger elimination, it's anger mastery. The complete absence of anger isn't realistic or even desirable. Anger will continue to arise throughout your life in response to genuine threats, injustices, and boundary violations. The question isn't whether you'll feel angry, but rather, how will you relate to that anger when it appears? Will it control you, or will you maintain your center and choose your response? This distinction between elimination and mastery is crucial. Many anger management approaches fail because they implicitly promise to help people stop feeling angry, an impossible goal that leads to frustration and self-blame when anger inevitably returns. Our approach is fundamentally different. We acknowledge anger as part of the human experience while developing the skills to work with it constructively. Finally, recognize that this journey matters deeply for your well-being and life satisfaction. Mastering calm power, the ability to maintain your center and respond wisely even when strong emotions arise, represents one of the most valuable skills you can develop. It affects every relationship, every goal, every aspect of your life. The investment you're making in understanding and working skillfully with anger will yield dividends far beyond simply having fewer angry episodes. As we move forward, we'll build on this foundation, exploring specific strategies for recognizing anger's triggers, managing its physical manifestations, shifting the thoughts that fuel it, creating space for difficult feelings, and ultimately choosing responses aligned with your deepest values. Each chapter builds upon the others, creating a comprehensive approach to cultivating calm power. But before we move to specific techniques, take some time to deepen your understanding of your own unique relationship with anger through the exercises that follow. Self-awareness forms the essential first step in any meaningful change process. Putting it into practice, Chapter 1 Exercises. Exercise 1. Identify your anger signals. Take a few moments to reflect on how anger typically manifests for you. Consider a recent time when you felt angry, anything from mild irritation to intense rage, and answer the following questions. What physical sensations did you notice in your body, e.g., increased heart rate, muscle tension, feeling hot, shallow breathing, clenched jaw, etc.? What thoughts typically run through your mind when angry, e.g., this isn't fair, they're doing this on purpose, I can't stand this, etc.? How does your behavior change when angry, e.g., speaking louder, becoming quiet, pacing, gesturing more, etc.? What are your earliest warning signs that anger is beginning to arise? What subtle signals might help you catch anger before it escalates? By identifying your personal anger signature, you'll be better equipped to recognize anger in its early stages before it gains momentum and becomes harder to manage. Exercise 2. Anger's purpose. Think about a time when anger served a positive purpose in your life, perhaps motivating you to address an injustice, set an important boundary, or make a needed change. Reflect on the following questions. What was the situation that triggered your anger? What message was your anger conveying? What important value or need was being threatened? How did you channel the energy of anger constructively? What positive outcome resulted from this experience? What does this example teach you about anger's potential constructive role in your life? This exercise helps shift perspective from seeing anger solely as a problem to recognizing its potential value when understood and channeled appropriately. Exercise 3. The cost of unmanaged anger. Now consider the flip side, times when anger has led to negative consequences in your life. Journal about the following. What specific costs has unmanaged anger had in your life? Consider impacts on physical health, tension, fatigue, etc. Mental well-being, stress, regret, etc. Relationships, conflicts, damaged trust, etc. Work or school performance. Overall life satisfaction. What patterns do you notice in situations where anger becomes problematic for you? How might your life be different if you could respond to these situations with calm power rather than unmanaged anger? This honest assessment helps clarify your motivation for developing greater skill in working with anger. As you complete these exercises, remember that awareness itself represents a powerful first step. Simply by paying closer attention to your anger, its triggers, manifestations, and impacts, you begin to create space between stimulus and response, between feeling and action. This space, however small at first, contains the seeds of freedom and choice. In the next chapter, we'll explore one of the most powerful influences on anger, your thoughts. You'll discover how specific thinking patterns fuel anger and learn practical techniques to shift these patterns, giving you greater control over your emotional responses. The journey to calm power has begun, and the path ahead holds transformative potential. What lies beneath the surface of your thoughts? How do the stories you tell yourself shape your anger response? The answers might surprise you, revealing a power you've possessed all along. Chapter 2. Your Thoughts Fuel. Have you ever wondered why two people can experience the exact same situation yet react completely differently? Picture this. Two drivers are stuck in the same traffic jam. One sits calmly, using the unexpected pause to enjoy a podcast, while the other fumes with rage, pounding the steering wheel and cursing under their breath. Same external circumstance, radically different emotional experiences. What creates this stark difference? What invisible force shapes one person's calm and another's fury? The answer lies not in the traffic jam itself, but in something far more personal and powerful: the thoughts running through each person's mind. This hidden dialogue, often occurring just below our conscious awareness, acts as the true architect of our emotional experiences, including anger. In this chapter, we'll explore a revolutionary insight that has transformed our understanding of emotions. It's not events themselves that create our feelings, but rather our interpretations of those events. This single realization contains the seeds of tremendous freedom and power. If our thoughts fuel our anger, then changing those thoughts can transform our emotional experience, even when we can't change the situation itself. The power of perception: how you think creates how you feel. Imagine you're waiting for an important text message from someone. Hours pass with no response. As time ticks by, you might find yourself growing increasingly frustrated, perhaps even angry. But what exactly is making you angry? Is it simply the absence of a text message? Look closer, and you'll discover something fascinating. Between the external event, no message received, and your emotional response, anger, lies a crucial intermediary: your thoughts about what the silence means. Perhaps you're thinking, "They're ignoring me on purpose. They don't respect my time. They should have responded by now." These interpretations, not the silence itself, generate your emotional response. This insight forms the foundation of the cognitive approach to emotions. There's a gap, sometimes just microseconds long, between what happens and how we feel about it. In that gap lies interpretation, meaning-making, and judgment. And in that gap also lies our potential freedom from automatic anger reactions. Consider the traffic jam example again. The calm driver might be thinking, "These things happen sometimes, I'll just adjust my schedule." Meanwhile, the angry driver's mind races with thoughts like, "This is completely unfair. People shouldn't drive so incompetently. This is ruining my entire day." Same situation, different thoughts, different emotional experiences. The revolutionary implication is that you have more control than you might realize, not necessarily over external events, but over your interpretations of those events. And since your interpretations fuel your emotions, this gives you significant influence over your emotional life, including your experience of anger. This doesn't mean you can simply decide not to be angry through sheer willpower. Emotions don't work that way. But by becoming aware of and potentially shifting the thoughts that precede anger, you can change your emotional response to challenging situations. To understand how this works, let's explore the cognitive model of emotions, which illustrates the relationship between thoughts, feelings, and actions. The basic sequence looks like this: event, thoughts, feelings, actions. An event occurs, someone cuts you off in traffic, which triggers certain thoughts. That driver is a complete idiot who did that on purpose, which generate feelings, anger, indignation, which then influence your actions, honking, gesturing, driving aggressively. What makes this process particularly challenging is the speed and automaticity of our thoughts. These interpretations, often called automatic thoughts, pop up instantly and without deliberate effort. They feel like immediate reactions to events rather than interpretations of them. Because they occur so quickly and seem so natural, we rarely question them. Instead, we assume our interpretations accurately reflect reality. I'm angry because they disrespected me, rather than I'm angry because I'm interpreting their behavior as disrespectful. These automatic thoughts don't emerge randomly. They stem from deeper beliefs we hold about ourselves, others, and the world. Beliefs often formed early in life through experiences and messages we received. Someone who developed a core belief that people can't be trusted will likely interpret ambiguous situations as confirming this belief, generating anger when others don't meet their expectations. Once established, this cognitive emotional process can become cyclical and self-reinforcing. Angry thoughts lead to angry feelings, which fuel angry actions, which then reinforce angry thoughts. For example, if you interpret someone's lateness as deliberate disrespect, you might respond coldly when they arrive. Your coldness might make them defensive, confirming your belief that they don't respect you, strengthening the original interpretation and perpetuating the cycle. Breaking this cycle requires awareness, the ability to notice your thoughts rather than being completely identified with them. This skill of observing your own thinking creates space for choice rather than automatic reaction. It's the difference between I am angry and I notice I'm having thoughts that are making me feel angry. This subtle but crucial distinction represents the first step toward mastering your relationship with anger. Decoding your anger, the ABCD model in action. To apply these insights practically, we need a structured approach for understanding and intervening in the thought-emotion connection. One of the most effective frameworks is the ABCD model, developed within rational emotive behavior therapy and widely used in cognitive approaches to emotional management. This model provides a systematic way to decode the process that creates anger, helping you identify precisely where and how to intervene. Let's explore each component. Activating event. The A represents the activating event or trigger, the situation that precedes your anger. This could be external, something that happens around you, or internal, a thought, memory, or physical sensation. Examples include being cut off in traffic, receiving criticism from a supervisor, a project not going as planned, someone arriving late for a meeting, being interrupted while speaking, remembering a past injustice. Identifying the specific trigger is important because it helps you recognize patterns in what typically activates your anger. However, and this is crucial, the activating event is not the direct cause of your anger. It's simply the situation to which you're responding. Beliefs. The B represents your beliefs, thoughts, and interpretations about the activating event. These are the actual fuel for your emotional response. The same activating event can trigger very different beliefs in different people, or even in the same person at different times. This step, identifying what you were thinking right before you got angry, is often the most challenging yet most important part of the process. Our thoughts can be so rapid and automatic that they seem invisible, making it feel like events directly cause our emotions without any interpretive step in between. With practice, however, you can learn to catch these thoughts. When you do, you'll likely notice certain patterns, common anger fuels that repeatedly ignite your emotional responses. These include demandingness. These thoughts involve rigid expectations about how things must or should be. They transform preferences into absolute demands. This shouldn't be happening. People must treat me with respect at all times. My partner should know what I need without me having to say it. When reality inevitably fails to conform to these rigid demands, anger naturally follows. Catastrophizing. These thoughts magnify the negative aspects of a situation, making it seem unbearable or disastrous. This is absolutely terrible. This completely ruins everything. This is the worst thing that could happen. By exaggerating the negativity of events, these thoughts generate emotional responses disproportionate to the actual situation. Low frustration tolerance. These thoughts center on the belief that you cannot endure discomfort or frustration. I can't stand this. This is unbearable. I can't handle one more thing going wrong. Such thoughts create a sense of emergency and intolerance that fuels angry reactions. Labeling, overgeneralizing. These thoughts involve applying sweeping, negative judgments to people or situations based on limited evidence. He's such a jerk. She always does this to me. Everyone is out to get me. Nothing ever works out. These oversimplified, absolute judgments ignore nuance and complexity, making anger seem like the only appropriate response. Recognizing these patterns in your own thinking is a significant step toward greater emotional freedom. Once you can identify the specific thoughts fueling your anger, you gain the ability to question and potentially change them. Consequences. The C represents the consequences of your beliefs, the emotional, behavioral, and physical responses that follow from your interpretations. These consequences occur in 3 domains. Emotional consequences include the feeling of anger itself, along with related emotions like frustration, resentment, irritation, or rage. The intensity of these feelings often correlates with the extremity of the beliefs at B. Behavioral consequences are the actions you take while angry, raising your voice, withdrawing, slamming doors, sending harsh messages, making sarcastic comments, or in extreme cases, engaging in aggressive behavior. These actions often create new problems beyond the original situation. Physical consequences include the bodily sensations accompanying anger: increased heart rate, muscle tension, feeling hot, shallow breathing, clenched jaw, or tight shoulders. These physical responses can themselves become triggers for further anger if interpreted negatively. Understanding these consequences helps you recognize the full impact of anger-fueling thoughts, providing motivation to address them. Disputing. The D represents disputing or challenging the beliefs that fuel anger. This is where your power to change the process lies. By questioning unhelpful or irrational beliefs, you can develop more balanced perspectives that lead to different emotional consequences. Disputing involves examining your thoughts critically rather than accepting them automatically as truth. Key questions include: is this thought really true? Where's the evidence? Is this thought helpful? Does it serve me well? Is this thought logical? Does it make rational sense? Am I confusing preferences? I'd prefer if with demands. This must. Am I seeing the whole picture, or focusing selectively on negative aspects? Am I mind reading or making assumptions about others' intentions? What alternative perspectives might be equally or more valid? Through this process of questioning, you can identify distortions in your thinking and develop more realistic, balanced alternatives. This doesn't mean adopting blindly positive thinking. Sometimes situations genuinely warrant concern or dissatisfaction. Rather, it means developing accurate thinking that reflects reality more completely. Let's see the ABCD model in action with a common anger trigger. Activating event. Your colleague takes credit for your idea during a meeting. They deliberately stole my idea to make themselves look good. They have no integrity. This is completely unfair, and I can't let them get away with it. Consequences. Emotional, intense anger, resentment. Behavioral, confronting them aggressively after the meeting. Physical, flushed face, tight chest, clenched fists. Do I know for certain they deliberately stole my idea? Is it possible they genuinely forgot where the idea originated? While I don't like what happened, is it really completely unfair? Haven't I occasionally forgotten to credit others' contributions? What's the most effective way to address this? Will confronting them angrily help or hinder my professional relationships and goals? Through this disputing process, you might arrive at a more balanced perspective. I'm disappointed my contribution wasn't acknowledged. This is frustrating, but not catastrophic. I'll find an appropriate time to speak with my colleague privately about giving proper credit for ideas. This revised perspective doesn't eliminate all negative feelings. Disappointment and frustration may remain, but it likely reduces the intensity of anger and leads to more constructive behavioral responses. The ABCD model provides a structured way to understand how your thoughts create your emotional experiences and offers a practical method for intervening in this process. By identifying and disputing anger-fueling thoughts, you can significantly change your relationship with anger. Becoming a thought detective, tools for cognitive restructuring. Now that you understand how thoughts fuel anger, the next step is developing practical skills to identify and modify these thoughts, a process called cognitive restructuring. Think of yourself as a detective investigating your own thinking patterns, searching for clues that explain your emotional reactions and looking for more accurate, helpful alternatives. Like any detective work, this process requires patience, curiosity, and persistence. The thoughts that fuel anger often operate just below conscious awareness, making them challenging to catch. They may have become so habitual that they seem like obvious truths rather than interpretations. With practice, however, you can become increasingly skilled at noticing these thoughts as they arise. The first step is learning to tune into your self-talk, the ongoing internal dialogue running through your mind. This dialogue often includes commentary about events, predictions about what might happen, judgments about yourself and others, and interpretations of what things mean. Much of this happens automatically, without deliberate attention. To become more aware of this self-talk, start paying particular attention during moments of emotional activation. When you notice anger beginning to rise, pause and ask yourself, what am I telling myself right now about this situation? What thoughts are running through my mind? Even a brief moment of self-reflection can reveal the specific thoughts fueling your emotional response. An anger log or thought record can be tremendously helpful in this process. This simple tool involves recording the situation that triggered anger A, your emotional and physical response C, the thoughts and beliefs you had about the situation. Initially, you'll likely complete this log after anger episodes, reflecting back on what happened. As you develop greater awareness, you may be able to catch thoughts in the moment they arise. Either approach provides valuable insights into your thinking patterns. Once you've identified the thoughts fueling your anger, the next step is to put these thoughts on trial, examining them critically rather than accepting them automatically. This involves asking key questions that challenge their validity and usefulness. Where's the evidence for this thought? What facts support or contradict it? Am I confusing facts with interpretations? Is there another way to see this situation? How might someone else interpret it? What's the worst that could realistically happen? How likely is that outcome? What's the most likely outcome? Even if this thought is partially true, is it the complete picture? Is this thought helping me respond effectively or making things worse? This questioning process helps you distinguish between facts, what actually happened, and interpretations, the meaning you assign to what happened. It also reveals when you're making assumptions about others' intentions, predicting negative outcomes without sufficient evidence, or focusing selectively on certain aspects of a situation while ignoring others. Through this critical examination, you can develop alternative perspectives that are more balanced, accurate, and helpful. These alternatives, sometimes called effective new beliefs, the E that follows D in an expanded version of the model, acknowledge legitimate concerns while avoiding the distortions that intensify anger. For example, if your original thought was, they're deliberately trying to make me look bad, a more balanced alternative might be, I don't know their intentions for certain. They might be focused on their own concerns rather than deliberately targeting me. Even if they are trying to undermine me, I can choose how to respond rather than reacting automatically. Developing these alternative perspectives requires practice. Initially, they may feel artificial or unconvincing compared to your habitual thoughts. This is normal. You're challenging thought patterns that may have operated for years or decades. With repetition, however, the new perspectives gradually become more natural and accessible, especially as you notice their positive impact on your emotional experience. To reinforce these alternative perspectives, consider developing coping statements, brief phrases that capture more balanced viewpoints. These might include, "This is frustrating, but not catastrophic. I can handle this challenge without losing my cool. Their behavior reflects on them, not me. I have choices in how I respond to this. This will matter much less in a week, month, year." Having these statements readily available, perhaps written down or saved in your phone, provides a quick reference during challenging moments. Over time, with consistent practice, These more balanced perspectives can become your default way of interpreting situations, reducing the frequency and intensity of anger episodes. Remember that cognitive restructuring isn't about positive thinking in the sense of denying problems or pretending everything is fine. It's about accurate thinking, seeing situations clearly and completely without the distortions that unnecessarily intensify negative emotions. Sometimes anger is an appropriate response to genuinely problematic situations. The goal is not to eliminate anger entirely, but to ensure it's proportionate to the situation and constructively expressed. Also note that cognitive restructuring doesn't mean blaming yourself for your emotions or suggesting you're thinking wrong. Your current thought patterns developed for understandable reasons, often as adaptations to past experiences. The process is about expanding your options and developing greater flexibility in how you interpret events, not criticizing yourself for having automatic thoughts. With consistent practice, cognitive restructuring becomes increasingly natural. You'll find yourself catching anger-fueling thoughts more quickly, questioning them more automatically, and generating balanced alternatives more easily. This doesn't mean you'll never feel angry. Anger remains a normal human emotion, but you'll have greater choice in how you respond to anger-triggering situations. Putting it into practice, Chapter 2 exercises. The concepts we've explored in this chapter become truly transformative when applied consistently in daily life. The following exercises will help you develop practical skills in identifying and modifying the thoughts that fuel your anger. Exercise 1. Identify your Bs. For a recent situation that triggered anger, complete the following steps. First, describe the activating event, A, in objective terms. Just the facts of what happened without interpretation or judgment. For example, my colleague presented an idea in the meeting that was very similar to one I had shared with them privately last week. Next, record your emotional and physical response. How intensely did you feel angry? What other emotions were present? What physical sensations did you notice? What actions did you take? For example, I felt intensely angry, 8:10, and somewhat hurt. My face felt hot, my jaw tightened, and I had a knot in my stomach. I became quiet during the rest of the meeting and later sent a terse email. Now, identify the thoughts and beliefs, B, you had about the situation. What interpretations, judgments, or assumptions were running through your mind? Try to capture these as specifically as possible, using the exact words of your inner dialogue if you can recall them. For example, they deliberately stole my idea to make themselves look good. They have no respect for me. This is completely unfair. I can't let them get away with this, or they'll keep taking advantage of me. Look for patterns in these thoughts. Do they contain elements of demandingness, awfulizing, low frustration tolerance, or labeling? Identifying these patterns helps you recognize your typical anger fuels. Exercise 2. Challenge your thoughts. Select one of the beliefs or thoughts you identified in Exercise 1, preferably one that significantly contributed to your anger. Now, put this thought on trial by asking critical questions. Is this thought 100% true? What evidence supports it? What evidence contradicts it? Am I making assumptions about others' intentions or motivations? How could I verify these assumptions? Am I focusing selectively on certain aspects of the situation while ignoring others? Am I using extreme language, always, never, completely, that doesn't reflect the complexity of reality? What alternative explanations might exist for what happened? If a friend described this same situation and had this thought, what would I say to them? Through this questioning process, you'll likely discover that your initial thought contains elements of distortion, assumption, or exaggeration that intensified your anger response. Exercise 3. Rewrite your narrative. Based on your thought challenging in Exercise 2, develop a more balanced, accurate alternative to your original thought. This isn't about forcing positive thinking, but rather about creating a perspective that acknowledges legitimate concerns without catastrophizing, recognizes the difference between preferences and demands, avoids mind reading or assuming the worst about others' intentions. maintains a sense of proportion about the situation's significance, focuses on aspects within your control. For example, a revised narrative might be, "I'm disappointed my idea was presented without acknowledgement. This feels unfair, though I don't know for certain whether they intentionally took credit or simply forgot where the idea originated. Either way, I value clear communication and proper attribution, so I'll address this directly but calmly with my colleague. How they respond will give me more information about how to proceed." After writing this alternative perspective, reflect on how it feels compared to your original thought. Does it still honor your legitimate concerns while creating space for a more measured emotional response? How might your feelings and actions have differed if you had held this perspective initially? With consistent practice of these exercises, you'll develop greater awareness of the thoughts that fuel your anger and greater skill in generating balanced alternatives. This doesn't mean you'll never experience anger, nor should that be the goal, but rather that you'll have more choice in how you respond to anger-triggering situations. Remember that cognitive restructuring is a skill that develops over time. Be patient with yourself as you learn to identify and modify anger-fueling thoughts. Even small shifts in perspective can significantly impact your emotional experience and behavioral choices. The thoughts that fuel your anger have likely developed over years or decades, shaped by your unique experiences and learning history. Changing these patterns requires consistent practice and self-compassion. Celebrate your progress, however incremental, and view setbacks as opportunities for learning rather than evidence of failure. As you continue developing these cognitive skills, you'll discover something remarkable. The same external situations that once triggered intense anger may affect you very differently. You'll find yourself responding with greater calm, flexibility, and wisdom, not because you've suppressed your emotions, but because you've changed the thoughts that generate them. In the next chapter, we'll explore another crucial dimension of anger, its physical manifestations in your body. You'll discover how anger creates specific physiological responses and learn powerful techniques to calm these responses, further expanding your ability to maintain composure in challenging situations. The mind-body connection holds secrets that, once unlocked, will transform your relationship with anger in ways you might never have imagined. Chapter 3: Body Signals. Your heart pounds against your chest like a drum. Heat floods your face, turning your cheeks crimson. Your breathing becomes shallow and quick. Your jaw clenches tight, and your shoulders rise toward your ears as if pulled by invisible strings. Your hands may tremble or form into fists. Your stomach tightens into a knot. Sound familiar? These sensations aren't just side effects of anger. They're integral to the experience itself. While we often think of anger as primarily a mental or emotional state, the truth is far more complex and fascinating. Anger lives in your body just as much as in your mind. In the previous chapter, we explored how your thoughts fuel anger. Now we'll dive into another crucial dimension, how your body shapes and intensifies your anger experience. Understanding this physical component opens the door to powerful techniques that can transform your relationship with anger from the inside out. What if you could detect anger in its earliest physical stages, before it fully takes hold? What if you possess tools to calm your body's anger response, creating space for clearer thinking and wiser choices? What if the key to mastering anger wasn't just changing your thoughts, but also regulating your physical state? The answers lie in learning to recognize and respond to your body's signals, a skill that can dramatically change how you experience and express anger. Anger isn't just in your head, feeling it in your body. Think back to your most recent experience of anger. Beyond the thoughts racing through your mind, what happened in your body? Did your heart rate quicken? Did your muscles tense? Did your face feel hot? These physical changes aren't incidental. They're a fundamental part of the anger experience, and understanding them provides a crucial key to mastering calm power. The connection between mind and body runs deep, especially when it comes to emotions. Your thoughts don't just influence how you feel emotionally, they trigger specific physical responses. When you interpret a situation as threatening or unfair, as we explored in Chapter 2, your brain doesn't just register this intellectually, it prepares your entire body to respond. Likewise, physical sensations don't just accompany emotions, they can intensify or even generate them. When your body is in a state of high arousal, heart racing, muscles tense, this physical state itself can amplify feelings of anger or even create them where they didn't initially exist. This bidirectional relationship between mind and body creates a feedback loop that can rapidly escalate anger from a spark to a blaze. Each person experiences anger in their body somewhat differently, what we might call your unique anger fingerprint. Some people feel anger primarily in their chest as increased heart rate or tightness. Others notice it first in their face as heat or in their jaw as tension. Still, others might experience it most prominently as a knot in their stomach or as energy coursing through their limbs. Recognizing your personal anger fingerprint, the specific pattern of physical sensations that signal rising anger for you, is invaluable. It allows you to detect anger in its earliest stages before it gains momentum and becomes harder to manage. Think of these physical signals as early warning lights on a dashboard, alerting you to pay attention before a small issue becomes a major problem. To understand why these physical changes occur and how they influence your anger experience, we need to explore what happens inside your body when anger arises. When you perceive a threat or injustice, real or imagined, your brain activates your sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight branch of your autonomic nervous system. This ancient survival mechanism evolved to prepare your body for immediate action in the face of danger. In the context of anger, it's primarily the fight response being activated. This activation triggers a cascade of physiological changes. Your adrenal glands release stress hormones, including adrenaline and cortisol, into your bloodstream. These hormones increase your heart rate and blood pressure, sending more blood to your large muscle groups to prepare them for action. Your breathing becomes more rapid and shallow, taking in more oxygen to fuel potential physical exertion. This change in breathing pattern can create a sensation of tightness in your chest. Blood flow increases to your face, causing the characteristic redness of anger, and to your muscles, preparing them for action, while decreasing to your digestive system, which isn't essential for immediate survival. Your muscles tense, particularly in your jaw, neck, shoulders, and hands, areas involved in fighting or defending yourself. This tension can manifest as a clenched jaw, raised shoulders, or hands forming into fists. Your pupils dilate, allowing more light in and enhancing visual acuity. Your focus narrows to the perceived threat, potentially reducing your awareness of peripheral information, both literally in terms of vision and figuratively in terms of perspective. Your digestion slows, sometimes creating sensations of butterflies or knots in your stomach as blood is diverted away from your digestive system to your muscles. These changes served our ancestors well when facing physical threats like predators. If you needed to fight or flee from a saber-toothed tiger, having your body primed for action could save your life. But in modern contexts, where anger more often arises from psychological threats, disrespect, unfairness, frustration, rather than physical dangers, this same physiological response can be problematic. The physical arousal generated by the sympathetic nervous system doesn't just prepare you for action, it actively intensifies the subjective feeling of anger. The sensation of your heart pounding, your face flushing, and your muscles tensing becomes part of what makes anger feel so powerful and sometimes overwhelming. Your body isn't just responding to your anger, it's creating and amplifying it. This insight is crucial. If physical arousal fuels the feeling of anger, then reducing this arousal can help diminish anger's intensity. This principle forms the foundation for the body-based approaches to anger management we'll explore in this chapter. Turning down the heat, why calming your body calms your anger. Imagine a pot of water on a stove. As heat increases, the water eventually boils over. Similarly, as physiological arousal increases, anger can boil over into words or actions you later regret. Just as you can prevent the pot from boiling over by turning down the heat, you can prevent anger from overwhelming you by reducing physiological arousal. This analogy captures a fundamental principle of anger management. By calming your body, you can effectively turn down the heat on your anger. But how exactly does this work? The key lies in understanding the escalation cycle of anger. Physical arousal and angry thoughts fuel each other in a self-reinforcing loop. When your body is in a state of high arousal, heart racing, muscles tense, this physical state makes angry thoughts more likely and more intense. These intensified thoughts then further increase physical arousal, creating a cycle that can rapidly escalate anger from mild to overwhelming. For example, imagine you're in a heated discussion and notice your heart racing and your face feeling hot. These physical sensations might lead to thoughts like, "I'm getting really angry now," or "this is getting out of control," which further increase your arousal, potentially leading to more extreme thoughts like, "I can't stand this anymore." The physical and cognitive components feed each other, potentially leading to an anger explosion. By targeting the physical component of this cycle, deliberately calming your body, you can interrupt this escalation process. When your body is in a state of relative calm, it's much easier to maintain perspective, think clearly, and choose your response rather than reacting automatically. This approach offers a particularly valuable entry point for managing anger because physical techniques can be effective even when direct thought modification is challenging. In moments of intense anger, trying to talk yourself out of your feelings through cognitive approaches alone can be difficult. Your thinking becomes more rigid and extreme, making it harder to generate alternative perspectives. However, you can almost always access techniques to calm your body, even in the heat of the moment. The physiological principle underlying these calming techniques involves activating your parasympathetic nervous system, sometimes called the rest and digest system, which counteracts the fight or flight response of the sympathetic system. While the sympathetic system accelerates your body's functions, increasing heart rate, respiration, etc., the parasympathetic system slows them down, returning your body to a state of calm and balance. When you deliberately activate your parasympathetic nervous system through techniques like deep breathing or muscle relaxation, you initiate what Harvard cardiologist Herbert Benson termed the relaxation response, essentially the opposite of the stress response. This relaxation response includes decreased heart rate and blood pressure, slower, deeper breathing, reduced muscle tension, improved digestion, enhanced immune function, increased blood flow to the brain, particularly areas involved in rational thinking. These physiological changes not only reduce the subjective feeling of anger, but also create conditions for clearer thinking. When your body is calm, you're better able to access the rational, problem-solving parts of your brain rather than being driven by the more reactive, emotional centers. This improved cognitive function allows you to apply the thought modification techniques from Chapter 2 more effectively. The beauty of this approach is its accessibility. While changing deeply ingrained thought patterns takes time and consistent practice, techniques to calm your body can produce immediate effects, even with minimal training. A few deep breaths or a quick muscle relaxation exercise can noticeably reduce arousal in a matter of moments, creating valuable space between trigger and response. This doesn't mean physical techniques alone are sufficient for mastering anger. The most effective approach combines body-based methods with the cognitive strategies we explored in Chapter 2 and the mindfulness practices we'll discuss in Chapter 4. But body-based techniques provide an excellent starting point, particularly for interrupting anger in its early stages before it gains momentum. Now let's explore specific techniques you can use to calm your body and reduce the physiological arousal that fuels anger. Techniques for physical calming, your body-based toolkit. Having understood how physical arousal fuels anger and how reducing this arousal can help manage anger's intensity, let's explore practical techniques you can use to calm your body in challenging moments. Think of these as tools in your anger management toolkit. different approaches that can be applied in different situations depending on your needs and circumstances. We'll start with perhaps the most powerful and accessible tool of all, your breath. The breath, your built-in anger diffuser. Your breath offers a remarkable tool for managing anger for several reasons. It's always available to you, requires no special equipment, can be used discreetly in virtually any situation, and has immediate effects on your physiological state. Most importantly, your breathing pattern is one of the few autonomic functions, like heart rate, digestion, etc., that you can consciously control, making it a unique bridge between your voluntary and involuntary bodily systems. When you're angry, your breathing typically becomes shallow and rapid, often focused in your upper chest rather than your diaphragm. This breathing pattern itself contributes to the stress response, creating a sense of urgency and tension. By deliberately changing how you breathe, you can send powerful signals to your brain that help activate the parasympathetic nervous system and reduce arousal. Deep, slow diaphragmatic breathing, also called belly breathing, is particularly effective for calming the body during anger. This type of breathing stimulates the vagus nerve, a key component of the parasympathetic nervous system, which helps slow your heart rate, lower blood pressure, and reduce stress hormone levels. Research has consistently shown that controlled, slow breathing can significantly reduce both psychological and physiological markers of stress and anger. Here's how to practice diaphragmatic breathing. Find a comfortable position, either sitting or standing, with your spine relatively straight. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen, just below your rib cage. Inhale slowly through your nose, focusing on filling your lower lungs first. You should feel the hand on your abdomen rise, while the hand on your chest remains relatively still. Allow your abdomen to expand fully, then feel your chest begin to rise as the breath continues. Exhale slowly through your mouth or nose, whichever feels more comfortable, feeling your chest fall first and then your abdomen. Focus on making your exhalation longer than your inhalation, as extended exhalations particularly activate the parasympathetic nervous system. With regular practice, this breathing pattern becomes more natural and can be accessed quickly when needed. Even a few deliberate deep breaths can create a noticeable shift in your physiological state during moments of anger. For those who prefer more structured breathing exercises, several specific patterns have shown effectiveness in research. Box breathing involves inhaling for a count of 4, holding for 4, exhaling for 4, and holding for 4 before beginning the next cycle. This creates a box pattern of equal duration for each phase. The 4-7-8 technique involves inhaling for a count of 4, holding for 7, and exhaling for 8. The extended exhalation in this pattern particularly enhances parasympathetic activation. Regardless of which specific pattern you choose, the key elements are slowing your breathing rate, deepening your breath to engage your diaphragm, and extending your exhalation relative to your inhalation. Even in the height of anger, you can use your breath as an anchor, a point of focus that helps you regain composure and clarity. Relaxing your muscles, releasing physical tension. While breathing techniques primarily target your autonomic nervous system, muscle relaxation approaches directly address another key component of anger's physical manifestation: muscle tension. When angry, you typically hold tension in specific muscle groups, commonly the jaw, neck, shoulders, and hands. This tension not only results from anger, but also feeds back into the emotional experience, maintaining and intensifying it. Progressive muscle relaxation, PMR, offers a systematic approach to releasing this tension. Developed by physician Edmund Jacobson in the 1920s, PMR involves deliberately tensing specific muscle groups and then releasing the tension, creating a deeper state of relaxation than might be achieved through simple relaxation attempts alone. The contrast between tension and relaxation helps you develop greater awareness of muscle states and more skill in releasing tension. A basic PMR practice involves working through major muscle groups in sequence, typically starting with the hands and arms, then moving to the face, neck, shoulders, back, abdomen, and legs. For each muscle group, you tense the muscles firmly, but not to the point of pain, for about 5 to 7 seconds, focusing on the sensation of tension. Release the tension all at once, not gradually, and focus on the sensation of relaxation for about 15 to 20 seconds. Notice the contrast between the feelings of tension and relaxation. This process helps you develop greater awareness of what tension feels like in different parts of your body, making it easier to detect the early physical signs of anger. It also builds your skill in deliberately releasing tension, which can be applied in anger-provoking situations. While a full PMR session might take 15 to 20 minutes, abbreviated versions can be used in the moment when anger arises. For instance, you might quickly scan your body for areas of tension and then deliberately release that tension, perhaps combined with a deep breath. Even brief attention to releasing muscle tension can create a meaningful shift in your physical state during anger episodes. For situations where a full PMR practice isn't practical, simple targeted relaxation techniques can be valuable. Shoulder rolls. Lift your shoulders toward your ears, then roll them back and down, consciously releasing tension. Jaw release. Slightly open your mouth and let your jaw hang loose, creating space between your upper and lower teeth. You might gently massage the muscles along your jawline to enhance relaxation. Hand opening. If you notice your hands forming into fists, a common anger response, deliberately open them, stretching your fingers wide, then allowing them to relax into a natural open position. These quick techniques can be performed discreetly in most situations and provide immediate physical relief from anger-related tension. Mindful movement, connecting body and awareness. Movement offers another powerful approach to managing the physical component of anger. When angry, your body prepares for action, specifically for fighting. This creates a surge of energy that, if not channeled constructively, can intensify feelings of agitation and tension. Mindful movement provides a way to use this energy while simultaneously calming your nervous system. Gentle stretching or yoga poses can be particularly effective for releasing tension while increasing body awareness. Simple stretches targeting areas that typically hold tension during anger, like neck rolls, gentle twists, or forward folds, can provide immediate physical relief. The key is to approach these movements mindfully, with full attention to the physical sensations they create, rather than performing them mechanically while your mind remains fixated on whatever triggered your anger. Walking meditation offers another valuable approach, especially when you need to remove yourself temporarily from an anger-triggering situation. Rather than storming off while mentally rehearsing arguments or ruminating on grievances, which maintains or escalates anger, walking meditation involves bringing full attention to the physical experience of walking. The sensation of your feet touching the ground, the rhythm of your stride, the feeling of air on your skin, the movement of your breath. This focused attention on physical sensations helps anchor you in the present moment, interrupting anger-fueling thoughts and allowing your nervous system to regulate. The effectiveness of mindful movement lies in its dual action. It provides an outlet for the energy generated by anger, while simultaneously directing attention away from anger-intensifying thoughts and toward present-moment physical experience. This combination helps break the escalation cycle of anger more effectively than either approach alone. The myth of venting, why punching pillows might backfire. Before concluding our exploration of body-based approaches to anger management, it's important to address a common misconception: the idea that physically venting anger, punching pillows, screaming into cushions, breaking objects, or other aggressive actions helps release or get rid of angry feelings. This catharsis theory of anger, the notion that letting it out through aggressive action reduces anger, has been widely promoted in popular psychology. However, research consistently contradicts this view. Studies have found that engaging in aggressive physical actions while angry typically increases rather than decreases subsequent aggression and angry feelings. Rather than releasing anger, these actions actually rehearse and reinforce aggressive response patterns, making them more likely in the future. This finding makes sense when we consider the physiological mechanisms involved. Aggressive physical actions increase sympathetic nervous system activation, the very physiological state we're trying to reduce when managing anger. They keep the body in fight mode rather than activating the parasympathetic rest and digest system that promotes calm. This doesn't mean physical activity can't be helpful for managing anger. Regular exercise has well-documented benefits for overall stress reduction and emotional regulation. And in the moment, non-aggressive physical activities like walking, stretching, or even household chores can provide constructive channels for the energy generated by anger. The key distinction is that these activities aren't about venting anger through aggression, but rather about engaging in constructive movement while allowing the heightened arousal to naturally subside. The most effective body-based approaches to anger management focus on calming rather than amplifying physiological arousal. Deep breathing, muscle relaxation, and mindful movement all work with your body's natural regulatory systems to reduce the physical activation that fuels anger, creating conditions for clearer thinking and wiser choices. Putting it into practice, Chapter 3 Exercises. The techniques we've explored become truly valuable when applied consistently in daily life. The following exercises will help you develop greater awareness of anger's physical manifestations and build skill in calming your body during challenging moments. Exercise 1, Body Scan for Anger. This exercise helps you identify your personal anger fingerprint, the specific pattern of physical sensations that signal rising anger for you. The next time you notice anger arising, even mild irritation, pause and direct your attention to your body. Systematically scan from head to toe, noticing any sensations present. In your face, tension, heat, pressure. In your jaw and neck, tightness, clenching. In your shoulders and chest, tension, constriction, rapid heartbeat. In your stomach and digestive system, knots, butterflies, nausea. In your arms and hands, tension, trembling, fists forming. In your legs and feet, restlessness, tension, urge to move. Note which sensations are most prominent for you during anger. These become your early warning signals, physical cues that anger is beginning to arise, alerting you to implement calming techniques before anger escalates. With practice, you'll become increasingly skilled at detecting these signals earlier in the anger process, when intervention is easiest. You might even notice patterns in which sensations tend to appear first, giving you the earliest possible warning that anger is beginning to stir. Exercise 2, Deep Breathing Anchor. This exercise helps you develop skill in using your breath to calm your body during anger. Set aside 5 minutes daily to practice diaphragmatic breathing. Sit comfortably with your spine relatively straight. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen. Inhale slowly through your nose for a count of 4, focusing on filling your lower lungs first. Your abdomen should expand. Hold briefly if comfortable. Exhale slowly through your mouth for a count of 6, feeling your chest fall first, then your abdomen. Repeat for at least 10 cycles, focusing fully on the sensations of breathing. Once you're comfortable with the basic technique, experiment with different patterns, like box breathing or 4-7-8, to find what works best for you. The key to making this technique effective during actual anger episodes is regular practice when you're calm. This builds the neural pathways that make the skill more accessible when you need it most. Think of it as training for emotional emergencies. Just as you wouldn't want your first attempt at CPR to be during an actual crisis, you don't want your first attempt at calming breathing to be during intense anger. With consistent practice, your breath becomes a reliable anchor during emotional storms, something you can return to automatically when anger begins to rise, helping you regain your center before responding. Exercise 3, Progressive Muscle Relaxation. This exercise helps you develop greater awareness of muscle tension and skill in releasing it. Find a quiet place where you won't be disturbed for about 15 minutes. Sit or lie in a comfortable position. Begin with your hands and arms. Make a tight fist with your right hand. Hold for 5 to 7 seconds, noticing the tension. Release all at once and focus on the sensation of relaxation for 15 to 20 seconds. Repeat with your left hand. Bend your right elbow and tense your bicep. Hold, then release. Repeat with your left arm. Move to your face. Raise your eyebrows as high as possible. Hold, then release. Squeeze your eyes tightly shut. Hold, then release. Clench your jaw and press your lips together. Hold, then release. Continue with your neck and shoulders. Press your head back against your chair or floor. Hold, then release. Bring your shoulders up toward your ears. Hold, then release. Proceed through the rest of your body. Tense your chest and abdomen. Arch your back slightly. Tense your buttocks. Tense your thighs. Point your toes toward your head, then away from your head. After completing the full sequence, take a moment to scan your body, noticing the overall sensation of relaxation. Compare how you feel now to how you felt before the exercise. With regular practice, you'll become more skilled at detecting and releasing tension. You can then apply an abbreviated version of this technique during anger episodes, quickly scanning for areas of tension and deliberately releasing them, perhaps combined with deep breathing. These exercises build fundamental skills in working with the physical dimension of anger. By developing greater awareness of anger's bodily manifestations and practicing techniques to calm your physiological state, you create a powerful foundation for mastering anger. Remember that these skills, like any others, develop through consistent practice. Be patient with yourself as you learn to work with your body in new ways. The physical approaches we've explored in this chapter offer immediate, practical tools for managing anger in the moment. By calming your body, you create conditions for clearer thinking and wiser choices. You interrupt the escalation cycle of anger before it gains momentum, giving yourself valuable space between trigger and response. Yet even as you develop skill in working with anger's physical dimension, a question remains. What happens when you notice anger arising but don't immediately try to change or fix it? What might you discover if you simply observed the experience with curiosity rather than immediately engaging with it? The answer lies in a profound approach to emotional regulation that transcends both thinking strategies and physical techniques, an approach we'll explore in the next chapter as we venture into the transformative territory of mindful awareness. Chapter 4. Noticing without judgment. What if there was a way to experience anger without being consumed by it? Imagine watching your anger arise, feeling its heat, noticing its intensity, yet remaining strangely untouched by its usual overwhelming power. Imagine observing your angry thoughts without automatically believing them or acting on them. Imagine relating to anger not as something to fight against or be ashamed of, but simply as an experience passing through your awareness, like a storm cloud moving across the vast sky. This might sound impossible if you've spent years caught in anger's grip, yet this capacity exists within you already, waiting to be developed. It represents a fundamentally different approach to working with difficult emotions, one that doesn't rely on changing your thoughts or calming your body, though it complements both approaches beautifully. In previous chapters, we explored how your thoughts fuel anger and how your body amplifies it. Now we'll discover a third dimension of mastering anger, developing the capacity to simply notice your experience with clarity and kindness without immediately trying to change it or being swept away by it. This approach, often called mindfulness, offers a powerful alternative to our usual ways of relating to anger. Instead of fighting against anger or getting lost in it, we learn to observe it with curious awareness. This seemingly simple shift can profoundly transform your relationship with anger, creating space for wiser choices and greater emotional freedom. But what exactly is this quality of awareness, and how do we cultivate it? Let's explore this territory together, starting with a clear understanding of what mindfulness actually means and what it doesn't. Meet mindfulness, paying attention on purpose. The term mindfulness has become increasingly popular in recent years, appearing everywhere from corporate boardrooms to elementary school classrooms. But with this popularity has come confusion and misunderstanding about what mindfulness actually is. At its core, mindfulness means paying attention to your present moment experience intentionally and without judgment. It's a particular quality of awareness, clear, curious, and kind, that allows you to be fully present with whatever is happening, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. This definition contains several important elements worth unpacking. Paying attention means directing your awareness deliberately rather than letting it wander on autopilot. Present moment experience refers to what's happening right now. The sensations in your body, the thoughts in your mind, the emotions you're feeling, the sounds you're hearing, rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. Intentionally indicates that mindfulness involves choice. You're choosing to pay attention in this way, rather than it happening accidentally. Without judgment means observing your experience without immediately categorizing it as good or bad, right or wrong, desirable or undesirable. You're simply noting what is, without adding layers of evaluation. Just as important as understanding what mindfulness is recognizing what it isn't. Common misconceptions include: mindfulness is not about emptying your mind or stopping thoughts. The mind naturally produces thoughts. That's its job. Mindfulness involves noticing thoughts rather than trying to eliminate them. Mindfulness is not about achieving a particular state, like relaxation or bliss. While mindfulness practice often leads to greater calm, the goal is awareness of whatever is present, not manufacturing a specific experience. Mindfulness is not about detaching from life or becoming passive. On the contrary, clear awareness allows for more engaged, intentional participation in life. Mindfulness is not about suppressing or denying emotions. It involves acknowledging emotions fully while not being controlled by them. At its essence, mindfulness is about changing your relationship to your experience rather than trying to change the experience itself. Instead of being completely identified with or fused with your thoughts and feelings, experiencing them as me or the absolute truth, you learn to observe them with a bit of distance and perspective, experiencing them as mental events happening right now or one of many possible interpretations. This shift in perspective proves particularly valuable when working with challenging emotions like anger. Here's why. First, mindfulness creates space between trigger and reaction. When you're mindful, you can notice anger arising before automatically acting on it. This space, sometimes just a few seconds, allows for choice rather than reactivity. Instead of the trigger instantly leading to an angry outburst, the sequence becomes trigger, awareness, choice, response. This space is where your freedom lies. Second, mindfulness allows you to see anger clearly without being swept away by it. When anger arises, mindfulness helps you recognize, anger is present, rather than immediately becoming identified with it. I am angry. This slight shift in perspective makes a tremendous difference in how you experience and express anger. Third, mindfulness reduces impulsive, reactive behavior by helping you stay present with uncomfortable feelings rather than acting quickly to escape them. Many regrettable actions stem not directly from anger itself, but from the discomfort of feeling angry and the urgent desire to discharge that discomfort through words or actions. Mindfulness builds your capacity to stay with discomfort without immediately reacting. Research strongly supports mindfulness as an effective approach for working with anger. Studies show that mindfulness training helps people regulate emotional responses, reduce aggressive behavior, and decrease anger rumination, repetitive angry thoughts. The evidence is so compelling that mindfulness-based interventions are now widely used in clinical settings for anger management and other emotional challenges. But how exactly do we cultivate this quality of mindful awareness? Let's explore the foundational practices that develop this capacity. Cultivating awareness, learning to just notice. The heart of mindfulness lies in a deceptively simple instruction: just notice. Whatever arises in your experience, thoughts, emotions, sensations, urges, simply observe it with curious attention. Don't try to change it, fix it or push it away. Don't get lost in analyzing it or telling stories about it. Just notice it as it is in this moment. This instruction runs counter to our habitual ways of relating to experience, especially uncomfortable experience like anger. Typically, when anger arises, we either get swept away by it, becoming completely identified with the angry thoughts and feelings, or fight against it, trying to suppress or eliminate it because we judge it as bad or inappropriate. Mindfulness offers a third option, observing anger with clarity and non-judgment. This approach allows you to acknowledge anger's presence without either indulging it or rejecting it. The power of non-judgmental observation lies in its ability to create space around your experience. When you observe anger without immediately labeling it as bad or something to get rid of, you can see it more clearly and relate to it more skillfully. You move from "I am angry," complete identification, to "I notice anger is present right now," mindful observation. This shift might seem subtle, but its implications are profound. When you're not immediately judging your anger as something bad that shouldn't be happening, you can bring curiosity to the experience. What exactly does this anger feel like in your body? What thoughts are accompanying it? How is it changing from moment to moment? This curious attention allows you to learn from your anger rather than just reacting to it. Paradoxically, judging your anger often intensifies it rather than helping you manage it. When you tell yourself, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I need to calm down right now," you're adding a layer of resistance and self-criticism to the original anger. This creates what psychologists sometimes call secondary suffering, distress about your distress. You're not just angry about the situation, you're also angry or anxious about being angry, creating a compounding effect. Non-judgmental awareness interrupts this cycle. By simply acknowledging anger is present right now, without adding judgments about whether that's good or bad, right or wrong, you avoid the additional layer of reactivity. You're not fighting with reality, you're seeing it clearly. This clarity extends to how you connect with emotions mindfully. Rather than treating emotions as problems to solve or enemies to vanquish, mindfulness invites you to approach them with genuine curiosity and openness. What information might this anger be carrying? What sensations comprise the physical experience of anger? What thoughts typically accompany it? Tuning into the physical sensations of anger with non-judgmental awareness builds on the body awareness we explored in Chapter 3, but with an important difference. Instead of immediately trying to change these sensations through breathing or relaxation techniques, you first simply notice them with acceptance. There's heat in my face, tightness in my chest, tension in my jaw. This clear seeing often naturally leads to some relaxation, even without deliberate effort to change anything. Similarly, mindfulness helps you notice the thoughts that accompany anger without automatically believing them or being defined by them. This process, sometimes called cognitive diffusion in acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, involves recognizing thoughts as mental events rather than absolute truths or commands you must follow. For example, when angry, you might have thoughts like, "They did this deliberately to hurt me," or "I can't let them get away with this." Mindfulness helps you notice these as thoughts, mental interpretations, or predictions, rather than facts. I'm having the thought that they did this deliberately, rather than "they definitely did this deliberately." This slight reframing creates crucial space between you and your thoughts, allowing you to see them more clearly and choose whether to act on them. Perhaps most importantly, mindfulness helps you recognize that all experiences, including anger, are temporary. Emotions naturally arise, peak, and pass, like weather patterns moving through the sky of awareness. When you're caught in anger's grip, it can feel permanent and all-encompassing. Mindfulness reminds you that this too shall pass, not because you forced it away, but because that's the nature of all emotional states. This understanding that anger, like all emotions, is a temporary visitor rather than a permanent resident can be tremendously liberating. It helps you hold anger more lightly, without either suppressing it or being overwhelmed by it. You can allow the emotion to move through you naturally, without adding fuel through judgment or resistance. Finding your inner observer, the observing self. As you develop mindfulness, you may notice something fascinating. There seems to be a part of you that can observe your thoughts, emotions, and sensations without being caught up in them. This observing capacity, sometimes called the observing self or self as context in est, represents a fundamental aspect of human consciousness that most of us rarely access deliberately. The observing self is the aspect of your awareness that notices your changing experience without itself changing. While thoughts, emotions, sensations, and memories constantly shift, this observing capacity remains stable. It's the you that has been present throughout your life, witnessing all your experiences without being identical to any of them. This concept offers a powerful perspective shift. You are not your anger. Anger is something you experience, not something you are. This distinction might seem philosophical, but its practical implications for emotional regulation are profound. When you recognize that thoughts and feelings are temporary events happening within your awareness, rather than defining your identity, you gain tremendous freedom in how you relate to them. A helpful analogy is to imagine yourself as the sky and your emotions, including anger, as weather patterns passing through. The weather constantly changes, sometimes stormy, sometimes clear, sometimes dark, sometimes bright, but the sky itself remains. It holds all weather without being damaged or defined by any particular pattern. Similarly, your awareness can hold all emotions, including anger, without being damaged or defined by them. This perspective helps you recognize that thoughts and feelings are temporary events in your awareness, not the totality of your awareness. When anger arises, it can feel all-consuming, as if you have become the anger. The observing self reminds you that you are the container for this experience, not the experience itself. You are experiencing anger right now, but that's not all you are, and it's not permanent. Connecting with this observing perspective creates valuable distance from anger without suppressing or denying it. Rather than being completely fused with angry thoughts and feelings, you can observe them from a slight remove, like watching characters in a play rather than believing you are those characters. This distance isn't about detachment or dissociation. It's about gaining perspective that allows for wiser choices. The observer perspective reduces the intensity and grip of anger in several ways. First, it interrupts automatic identification with angry thoughts. Instead of immediately believing and acting on thoughts like, "They're doing this on purpose to disrespect me," you can notice, "I'm having the thought that they're doing this on purpose," and recognize this as one possible interpretation, not necessarily the truth. Second, it helps you recognize that anger, while real, is not the only thing happening in your awareness. Even during intense anger, you can notice your breath, the sensations of your feet on the floor, sounds in the environment, and other aspects of present experience. This broader awareness prevents anger from completely dominating your consciousness. Third, it reminds you that you have choices in how you respond to anger. From the observer perspective, you can see multiple options rather than feeling compelled to act on anger's immediate urges. This creates space for conscious choice rather than automatic reaction. Research in ACT confirms that developing this observer perspective, the ability to notice thoughts and feelings from a slight distance, correlates with greater psychological flexibility and reduced emotional reactivity. People who can access this perspective report less distress from difficult emotions and greater ability to choose actions aligned with their values rather than being driven by momentary feelings. The observer perspective doesn't eliminate anger or other emotions. Rather, it changes your relationship to them, allowing you to experience them without being controlled by them. This shift represents one of the most powerful benefits of mindfulness practice. Simple mindfulness practices for everyday life. Developing mindfulness isn't complicated, but it does require practice. Like building any skill, from playing an instrument to learning a sport, regular practice gradually strengthens your capacity for mindful awareness. The good news is that mindfulness practice can be integrated into daily life in simple, accessible ways. Let's explore some foundational practices that help develop mindfulness, starting with perhaps the most basic, mindful breathing. Mindful breathing, the foundational practice. Mindful breathing involves bringing your full attention to the sensations of breathing, not changing your breath in any particular way, but simply noticing it as it is. This practice serves as an excellent introduction to mindfulness because your breath is always with you, making it an ever-present anchor for attention. To practice mindful breathing, find a comfortable position, either sitting or lying down, where you can be alert yet relaxed. Bring your attention to the sensations of breathing in your body. You might notice the air moving through your nostrils, the rise and fall of your chest, or the expansion and contraction of your abdomen. When you notice your mind has wandered, which it will, repeatedly, gently acknowledge where it went without judgment or criticism, and then kindly bring your attention back to your breath. Continue this process of noticing the breath, getting distracted, and returning attention to the breath for a set period. Even just 3 to 5 minutes is beneficial, especially when starting. The key to this practice isn't achieving a perfectly focused mind. Minds naturally wander. The practice lies in noticing when your attention has drifted and gently bringing it back over and over. Each time you notice your mind has wandered and returned to your breath, you're strengthening your mindfulness muscle. This simple practice builds your capacity to notice your experience without immediately reacting to it, a skill that proves invaluable when anger arises. Just as you learn to notice thoughts arising during meditation and return to your breath without getting caught in a thought stream, you can learn to notice anger arising in daily life without automatically being swept away by it. Mindful bodies tuning into physical sensations. The body scan practice involves systematically bringing attention to different parts of your body, noticing sensations with curiosity and without judgment. This practice develops your ability to be present with physical experience, including the bodily sensations that accompany anger. To practice a basic body scan, lie down or sit in a comfortable position where you can remain alert. Begin by bringing awareness to your feet. Notice any sensations present: warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure, or perhaps no strong sensation at all. There's no need to change anything. Simply notice what's already there. Gradually move your attention upward through your body: legs, hips, abdomen, chest, back, shoulders, arms, hands, neck, face, spending a brief time with each area and noticing whatever sensations are present. If you encounter areas of tension or discomfort, simply acknowledge them with kind awareness rather than trying to change them, though you may notice they sometimes change on their own when held in awareness. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the body part you were focusing on when you notice the wandering. This practice enhances your ability to notice physical sensations with precision and acceptance, a skill directly applicable to working with anger. When anger arises, you can use this same quality of attention to notice its physical manifestations, as explored in Chapter 3, without being overwhelmed by them or immediately trying to change them. The body scan also helps you recognize early warning signs of anger in your body, potentially allowing you to catch anger in its initial stages before it gains momentum. With practice, you might notice subtle tension in your jaw or a slight change in your breathing as the first indicators that anger is beginning to arise, giving you more time to respond skillfully. Mindful observation of thoughts and feelings. While mindful breathing and the body scan focus primarily on physical sensations, this practice specifically develops your capacity to observe thoughts and emotions without getting caught up in them. To practice mindful observation of thoughts and feelings, sit in a comfortable position and take a few moments to settle your attention with several mindful breaths. Then, expand your awareness to include the thoughts passing through your mind. Rather than following the content of thoughts or getting involved in their stories, simply notice them as mental events, arising, staying briefly, and passing away. You might mentally label thoughts as they appear: planning, remembering, worrying, judging. This labeling helps create a bit of distance from the thought, allowing you to see it as an activity of your mind rather than an absolute truth. Similarly, notice any emotions present and label them gently: feeling frustration, feeling curiosity, feeling impatience. When you notice yourself getting caught up in a thought or emotion, following its story, or becoming identified with it, simply acknowledge that this has happened and gently return to the observing stance. This practice directly builds your capacity to work skillfully with angry thoughts and feelings. Instead of either suppressing anger or being completely identified with it, you learn to observe it with kind awareness. Ah, anger is arising, angry thoughts are appearing, there's the urge to speak harshly. With regular practice, you'll find yourself increasingly able to notice anger as it arises in daily life without automatically believing every angry thought or acting on every angry impulse. This doesn't mean you never express anger. Sometimes clear, assertive expression of anger is appropriate and necessary, but you gain choice in how and when you express it, rather than having anger drive your behavior automatically. These three practices, mindful breathing, the body scan, and mindful observation of thoughts and feelings, provide a solid foundation for developing mindfulness. Even short periods of practice, 5 to 10 minutes daily, can significantly enhance your capacity for mindful awareness, with benefits that extend far beyond anger management to overall well-being and life satisfaction. Putting it into practice, Chapter 4, Exercises. The following exercises will help you develop mindfulness skills specifically relevant to working with anger. While formal meditation practice, setting aside dedicated time for mindfulness, builds the foundation, these exercises also help you apply mindfulness in daily life situations where anger typically arises. Exercise 1. Mindful breathing. This foundational practice develops your basic capacity for present moment awareness. Set aside 3 to 5 minutes, or longer if you wish, and find a comfortable seated position where you can be alert yet relaxed. You might set a gentle timer so you don't need to check the clock. Bring your attention to the sensation of your breath entering and leaving your body. You might focus on the feeling of air moving through your nostrils, the rise and fall of your chest, or the expansion and contraction of your abdomen, wherever the breath is most noticeable for you. When you notice your mind has wandered, which it will repeatedly, gently acknowledge where it went without criticism. You might mentally note thinking, planning, remembering, or whatever type of mental activity pulled your attention away. Then, with kindness, bring your focus back to your breath. Each time you notice wandering and return to your breath, you're strengthening your mindfulness capacity. Continue this process for the duration of your practice session. Afterward, take a moment to notice how you feel. Has anything shifted in your body or mind? Remember that the goal isn't to achieve any particular state, but simply to practice the skill of noticing your experience. Try to practice this exercise daily, even if just for a few minutes. Consistency matters more than duration, especially when beginning. Exercise 2. Mindful observation of anger. This exercise helps you apply mindfulness directly to experiences of anger as they arise in daily life. The next time you notice anger arising, even mild irritation counts, pause and shift into mindful observation mode. Rather than immediately acting on the anger or trying to suppress it, simply notice what's happening in your experience. Observe the physical sensations associated with the anger. Where do you feel it in your body? What specific sensations are present? Heat, tension, energy, pressure. Notice these sensations with curiosity rather than judgment. Observe the thoughts accompanying the anger. What story is your mind telling about the situation? What interpretations or judgments are arising? Rather than assuming these thoughts are facts, simply note them as mental events. Having the thought that this is unfair, thinking they did this on purpose. Observe any urges or action tendencies. Do you feel an impulse to say something harsh, to withdraw, to raise your voice? Simply notice these urges without automatically acting on them. Try labeling these observations gently in your mind, feeling heat in my face, tension in my shoulders, thinking this is disrespectful, urge to interrupt. This labeling helps create a bit of space between you and the experience. Notice how the anger changes over time. Does it intensify, plateau, or begin to subside as you observe it? Are the sensations constant, or do they fluctuate? This exercise isn't about making the anger go away, but about changing your relationship to it through mindful awareness. With practice, you'll find yourself able to observe anger with increasing clarity and equanimity, reducing its automatic control over your behavior. Exercise 3. The Observing Self Perspective. This exercise helps you connect with the observer perspective, the aspect of your awareness that can notice experiences without being identified with them. Find a quiet moment and comfortable position. Take a few mindful breaths to center yourself. The next time you experience anger, or you can recall a recent anger episode, practice shifting into the observer perspective. Imagine you are a curious scientist observing this phenomenon called anger as it appears within you. From this slightly detached viewpoint, notice the qualities of the anger, its intensity, the sensations it creates, the thoughts it generates, how it changes over time. Observe these aspects with interest rather than judgment, as if studying an interesting natural phenomenon. Notice that while part of you is experiencing anger, another part, the observing awareness, remains calm and clear, able to witness the anger without being consumed by it. This observing part isn't trying to get rid of the anger, it's simply watching with kind attention. You might use phrases like, "I notice anger is present right now," or "I'm observing angry thoughts and sensations" to help maintain this perspective. Practice moving between being in the anger and observing it, noticing the difference in how each perspective feels. With regular practice, you'll find it easier to access this observer perspective during anger episodes, creating valuable space between trigger and response. This doesn't mean you never feel anger intensely, but rather that you're not completely identified with it or controlled by it. These exercises build on each other, gradually developing your capacity to relate to anger mindfully rather than reactively. Remember that mindfulness is a skill developed through consistent practice. Be patient with yourself as you learn, treating moments of forgetfulness or reactivity as opportunities for learning rather than failures. The mindfulness approach we've explored in this chapter offers a powerful complement to the cognitive strategies of Chapter 2 and the physical techniques of Chapter 3. While those approaches focus on changing thoughts or calming the body, mindfulness emphasizes changing your relationship to whatever is present, including angry thoughts and sensations, through clear, kind awareness. This shift in perspective creates freedom. When you're not completely identified with anger, not fighting against it, but simply observing it with mindful awareness, you gain choice in how you respond. You can experience anger fully without being driven by it automatically. You can acknowledge its message without being consumed by its energy. With continued practice, you'll discover that mindfulness offers more than just a technique for managing anger. It provides a fundamentally different way of relating to all experience, creating space for greater wisdom, compassion, and authentic choice in every aspect of life. Yet even as you develop this capacity for mindful observation, a question remains. What happens when you encounter anger so intense or persistent that simply observing it feels impossible? What if mindfulness alone isn't enough? The answer lies in a counterintuitive approach that challenges our deepest assumptions about how to handle difficult emotions, an approach we'll explore in the next chapter as we discover the surprising power of making space for what we most want to avoid. Chapter 5, Making Space. What if everything you've been taught about handling difficult emotions is actually making them worse? What if the very strategies you've relied on to manage anger, pushing it away, suppressing it, fighting against it, are actually amplifying its power over you? Imagine for a moment that you're walking along a path and suddenly find yourself sinking into quicksand. Your instinctive reaction would likely be to struggle, to fight against the quicksand with all your might, trying to pull yourself free. Yet anyone familiar with quicksand knows this is precisely the wrong approach. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Counterintuitively, the way to survive quicksand is to do the opposite of what instinct demands. You must relax, spread your weight, and make yourself as horizontal as possible. In other words, you must stop fighting. This counterintuitive principle, that fighting against something can sometimes make it worse, applies with surprising accuracy to our relationship with difficult emotions like anger. The strategies that seem most logical, suppressing anger, pushing it away, trying to control it, often backfire, creating more suffering rather than less. In this chapter, we'll explore a radically different approach to working with anger, one that might initially seem counterintuitive or even impossible. Rather than fighting against anger or trying to eliminate it, we'll discover the transformative power of making space for it, of allowing anger to be present without being consumed by it or needing to act on it. This approach, drawn from acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, offers a path to freedom that doesn't depend on controlling your internal experience. Instead, it focuses on changing your relationship to that experience, creating room for difficult feelings while choosing actions aligned with what matters most to you. Let's begin by examining why our usual strategies for managing anger often fail us, despite our best intentions. The futile fight, why struggling with anger doesn't work. Think about your typical response when anger arises. If you're like most people, you probably engage in some form of struggle against the feeling. Perhaps you try to push it away, telling yourself, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I need to calm down." Maybe you attempt to suppress it, pretending, even to yourself, that you're not angry when you clearly are. Or perhaps you try to distract yourself, hoping the anger will disappear if you just ignore it long enough. These strategies seem logical. After all, if something feels bad, trying to get rid of it makes intuitive sense. Yet these approaches often backfire, making anger more persistent and problematic rather than less. The quicksand metaphor illuminates why this happens. When you struggle against quicksand, your movements create suction that pulls you deeper. Similarly, when you struggle against anger, trying to suppress it, push it away, or control it, you often end up more entangled with it, not less. Research consistently shows that trying to suppress unwanted thoughts and feelings often produces a rebound effect. They come back stronger than before. In one classic study, participants instructed not to think about a white bear found themselves thinking about it more frequently than those given no such instruction. The same principle applies to emotions. Trying not to feel angry often paradoxically increases anger's presence and power in your life. Why does this happen? When you try to suppress anger, you must first identify what you're trying to suppress, which means focusing attention on the very thing you're trying to avoid. This increased attention often amplifies the emotion. Additionally, suppression requires constant vigilance. You must continuously monitor for signs of anger so you can push them away, keeping anger perpetually in your awareness. Beyond this rebound effect, the constant battle against anger exacts a tremendous toll on your mental and physical resources. Fighting your own emotions is exhausting. It consumes energy that could be directed toward more constructive pursuits. Many people describe feeling drained after spending a day trying to contain or suppress anger, even if they successfully prevented an outward expression of the emotion. This energy drain occurs because suppression is an active process requiring continuous effort. You're essentially fighting against your own natural emotional responses, creating internal conflict that depletes your resources. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. You can do it, but it requires constant effort and attention. The distinction between suppression and acceptance is crucial for understanding a healthier approach to anger. Suppression involves trying to pretend anger isn't there, pushing it down, or refusing to acknowledge it. You might tell yourself, "I'm fine," when you're clearly angry, or you might distract yourself to avoid feeling the emotion. While this might seem to work in the short term, research links emotional suppression to numerous negative outcomes, including increased physiological stress, cardiovascular problems, impaired memory, and strained social relationships. Acceptance, by contrast, involves acknowledging anger's presence without necessarily liking it or wanting it, but allowing it to be there as part of your current experience. Rather than saying, I shouldn't feel angry or I need to get rid of this feeling, acceptance involves recognizing anger is present right now without adding judgment or resistance. This distinction might seem subtle, but its implications are profound. Suppression creates an adversarial relationship with your own emotions, setting up an internal battle that consumes resources and often intensifies the very feelings you're trying to avoid. Acceptance, on the other hand, creates the possibility of a more harmonious relationship with your emotional life, where even difficult feelings can be acknowledged without being amplified by resistance. The key insight here is that struggling against anger often becomes part of the problem, not the solution. By fighting against what's already present in your experience, you create additional suffering beyond the original anger itself. This insight points toward a different approach, not fighting against anger, but making space for it through acceptance and willingness. Introducing acceptance, not resignation, but recognition. The term acceptance often triggers misunderstandings. In everyday language, accepting something can imply approving of it, resigning yourself to it, or giving up on change. But in the context of emotional regulation, and particularly within ACT, acceptance has a very specific meaning that differs from these common interpretations. Acceptance in ACT doesn't mean liking, wanting, or approving of anger or the situation that triggered it. It doesn't mean resigning yourself to mistreatment or deciding that nothing can or should change. It doesn't mean expressing anger in harmful ways or acting on every angry impulse. Instead, acceptance means acknowledging reality as it is in this moment, without adding layers of judgment, resistance, or avoidance. It means recognizing right now anger is present as a simple fact, neither good nor bad in itself. This acknowledgement creates a foundation of clarity from which wise action becomes possible. Crucially, acceptance is an active, conscious choice, not passive resignation. It involves deliberately opening up to your experience rather than contracting against it. This distinction is important because many people fear that accepting anger means becoming passive or giving up. In reality, acceptance often enables more effective action by freeing up the energy previously consumed by internal struggle. Closely related to acceptance is the concept of willingness, a readiness to have your experience as it is without demanding that it be different before you can move forward. Willingness involves opening up to the full range of human emotions, including difficult ones like anger, as part of living a rich and meaningful life. Being willing to experience anger doesn't mean you enjoy it or want more of it. Rather, it means you're willing to feel the physical sensations, notice the thoughts, and experience the urges that come with anger without being dictated by them or needing to immediately eliminate them. This willingness creates freedom. When you're willing to experience anger as it is, you're no longer controlled by the need to avoid it. You can choose your actions based on what matters to you, rather than being driven primarily by the desire to escape discomfort. Importantly, willingness isn't an all-or-nothing state. It exists on a continuum, and it can fluctuate from moment to moment. Sometimes you might feel very willing to experience anger. Other times you might find yourself more resistant. The goal isn't perfect willingness, but rather noticing your current level of willingness and, when possible, choosing to open up a bit more. Willingness also connects to values, the qualities of action that matter deeply to you, which we'll explore more fully in Chapter 7. Often, we're most able to be willing to experience discomfort when we can see how that willingness serves something we care about. For instance, you might be willing to experience the discomfort of anger during a difficult conversation because you value honest communication and resolving conflicts constructively. This connection between willingness and values highlights an important point. Acceptance and willingness aren't ends in themselves, but rather means to living a more fulfilling life. We don't accept difficult emotions like anger simply for acceptance's sake, but because acceptance allows us to respond to life's challenges in ways that align with our deepest values. How making space changes everything. When you shift from fighting against anger to making space for it through acceptance and willingness, several transformative changes occur. These changes don't happen because you've forced anger away, but paradoxically, because you've stopped trying to force it away. First, when you stop fighting anger, you stop adding secondary suffering to your experience. Secondary suffering refers to the additional distress created not by the original emotion itself, but by your resistance to it. When you're angry and then add judgments like, I shouldn't feel this way, or I'm a bad person for being angry, you create layers of shame, anxiety, or frustration on top of the original anger. This compounding effect can transform manageable anger into overwhelming emotional distress. By accepting anger's presence without judgment, you avoid this multiplication of suffering. You still experience the original anger, but without the additional burden of fighting against it or criticizing yourself for feeling it. Second, reducing the internal struggle frees up mental and emotional energy for more constructive responses. When you're no longer expending energy trying to suppress or control anger, those resources become available for clearer thinking, creative problem solving, and value-aligned action. Many people report feeling a sense of relief and increased mental clarity when they stop fighting against anger and instead allow it to be present. This clarity creates space for responding to the situation that triggered the anger, rather than being consumed by the meta-problem of managing the anger itself. Third, acceptance allows you to learn from your anger rather than just reacting to it. When you're not caught in resistance, you can observe anger more clearly using the mindfulness skills from Chapter 4 and potentially gain insights from what it might be signaling. Anger often carries important information. It might signal that your boundaries have been crossed, your needs aren't being met, or your values have been violated. By making space for anger rather than immediately trying to eliminate it, you create the possibility of hearing its message and addressing the underlying issues, not just the emotional symptom. This doesn't mean you need to act on every angry impulse. In fact, acceptance often creates space between feeling and action, allowing you to respond thoughtfully rather than react automatically. You can acknowledge the anger, understand what it might be signaling, and then choose how to address the situation based on your values and the specific context, rather than being driven solely by the emotion. Perhaps most surprisingly, acceptance often leads to change through what might be called the paradox of acceptance. When you stop demanding that anger go away, its grip often loosens naturally over time. By allowing the emotion to be present without resistance, you create conditions where it can move through you more freely, rather than becoming stuck or intensified by struggle. This paradox, that accepting something often allows it to change, runs counter to our intuitive understanding. We tend to believe that accepting something means it will stay the same, while fighting against it creates change. Yet with internal experiences like emotions, the opposite is often true. Fighting creates stagnation, while acceptance allows natural movement and change. This principle is illustrated by the metaphor of a river. If you stand in a flowing river and try to stop the current by pushing against it, you create turbulence and resistance, but the river continues to flow. If instead you allow the water to flow around you without resistance, the river moves smoothly past. Similarly, when you stop fighting against anger and allow it to flow through your awareness, it often passes more quickly and cleanly than when you resist it. By making space for anger through acceptance and willingness, you also create space for other experiences, including positive emotions, clear thinking, and value-driven choices. Rather than having your awareness consumed by the struggle against anger, you can hold anger as one aspect of your experience while simultaneously connecting with other aspects of yourself and your life. This more spacious relationship with anger represents a fundamental shift in how you navigate emotional life. Instead of being controlled by the need to avoid or eliminate anger, you develop the capacity to include it within a larger field of awareness, neither suppressing it nor being defined by it. Practicing acceptance and willingness. Understanding acceptance and willingness conceptually is one thing, putting them into practice is another. Let's explore practical approaches for cultivating these qualities in your relationship with anger. The mindfulness skills we explored in Chapter 4 provide an essential foundation for acceptance. Before you can accept an emotion, you need to be aware of it clearly. Mindfulness helps you observe anger with precision and non-judgment, creating the conditions for acceptance to emerge. When practicing acceptance of anger, start by noticing any resistance or urges to fight the feeling. You might observe thoughts like, "I need to get rid of this," or "I shouldn't feel this way." You might notice physical manifestations of resistance, such as holding your breath, tensing against the sensations of anger, or trying to distract yourself from the feeling. Simply noticing this resistance, without judging yourself for it, begins the process of acceptance. You might acknowledge, "I'm noticing resistance to this anger," or "I'm aware of wanting this feeling to go away." This acknowledgement creates a bit of space between you and the resistance itself, allowing you to choose whether to continue fighting or to practice opening up. Next, try gently acknowledging the anger's presence with phrases like, "Anger is here right now," or "I'm making space for this frustration." These simple acknowledgements help shift from resistance to recognition, the first step in acceptance. Remember that acceptance isn't about generating a particular feeling of acceptance. It's about the willingness to have your experience as it is, even if part of that experience includes some resistance. You don't need to feel perfectly accepting to practice acceptance. Another helpful approach involves physicalizing acceptance, making space for anger in your body rather than tensing against it. When you notice anger arising, observe where you feel it physically. Perhaps it's heat in your face, tightness in your chest, or tension in your shoulders. Instead of contracting against these sensations or trying to push them away, imagine your body expanding slightly to create room for them. You might visualize the area where you feel anger softening or opening, allowing the sensations to be present without resistance. Similarly, try breathing into the discomfort rather than holding your breath or tensing against it. Direct your breath toward the area where you feel anger most strongly, imagining that your breath is creating space around the sensation. This doesn't mean the sensation will immediately change or disappear. The goal isn't to eliminate it, but to change your relationship to it. Developing willingness mantras or self-talk can also support this practice. Create phrases that remind you of your choice to open up to experience, such as, "I can allow this feeling to be here." Making space for what's already present. Willing to feel this discomfort if it helps me move toward what matters. This too is part of life. I can feel this and still choose my actions. Use these phrases when you notice anger arising, particularly when you feel the urge to fight against it or suppress it. They serve as reminders of your commitment to acceptance and willingness, even when these qualities feel challenging to embody. It's important to recognize that acceptance and willingness aren't about passivity or inaction. Making space for anger doesn't mean you can't address the situation that triggered it or take steps to prevent similar situations in the future. In fact, acceptance often enables more effective action by creating clarity about what's happening and freeing up resources previously consumed by internal struggle. The key distinction is between reacting automatically based on anger's immediate urges and responding thoughtfully based on your values and the specific context. Acceptance creates space for the latter by allowing you to experience anger without being controlled by it. Remember also that acceptance is a practice, not a perfect state you achieve once and for all. You'll likely move back and forth between acceptance and resistance, willingness and unwillingness. This fluctuation is normal and doesn't indicate failure. Each time you notice resistance and choose to practice opening up again, you're strengthening your capacity for acceptance. With consistent practice, You may notice that making space for anger becomes more natural and accessible, even during challenging situations. The internal struggle diminishes, creating a sense of spaciousness and freedom in your relationship with difficult emotions. Putting it into practice, Chapter 5 exercises. The following exercises will help you develop practical skills in acceptance and willingness, particularly in relation to anger. As with any new skill, regular practice is key to developing proficiency. Exercise 1, the allowing stance. This exercise helps you practice basic acceptance of anger as it arises in daily life. The next time you notice anger, even mild irritation counts, pause and consciously shift from resistance to allowing. Instead of immediately trying to push the feeling away or getting lost in its story, adopt a stance of acknowledgement and acceptance. Say to yourself, okay, anger is here right now. Notice any resistance to this acknowledgement and gently include that resistance in your awareness too. Imagine making space for the feeling in your body, as if you're making room for an uncomfortable but temporary guest. You don't have to like the guest or want them to stay indefinitely, but you're willing to allow their presence for now. Notice what happens when you stop fighting against the anger. Does its quality or intensity shift? Does your relationship to it change, even if the feeling itself remains? There's no right or wrong experience here. Just notice what happens with curiosity. Continue with whatever you were doing, allowing the anger to be present in the background of your awareness without needing to focus on it exclusively or make it go away. Notice if and how the feeling changes naturally over time when not resisted. This exercise helps you develop the basic skill of allowing emotions to be present without immediately fighting against them or being consumed by them. With practice, this allowing stance can become more accessible even during intense anger episodes. Exercise 2, Willingness Mantra. This exercise helps you develop a personal reminder of your commitment to willingness, which you can use during challenging emotional experiences. Reflect on what willingness means to you personally. How would you describe the attitude of being willing to experience difficult emotions without being controlled by them? What phrases or images capture this quality for you? Create a simple phrase or mantra that represents willingness in a way that resonates with you. Examples might include, I am willing to feel this uncomfortable sensation. Making space for this anger. Breathing with it, not against it. I can allow this feeling and still choose my actions. Opening to what's already here. Write down your chosen mantra and keep it somewhere accessible, perhaps as a note in your phone or on a small card in your wallet. The next time you notice resistance to anger or another difficult emotion, silently repeat your willingness mantra to yourself. Use it as a reminder that openness to experience is a choice you can make, even when it feels challenging. Notice how repeating this mantra affects your relationship to the emotion. Does it create a sense of spaciousness or choice? Does it remind you that you're larger than any single feeling? With practice, your willingness mantra can become an anchor during emotional storms, reminding you of your capacity to make space for difficult feelings without being controlled by them. Exercise 3. Mindfully explore anger's energy. This exercise helps you develop the ability to stay present with anger's physical manifestations without immediately reacting to them or trying to change them. Find a time when you're experiencing anger at a manageable level, not overwhelming. Or recall a recent anger-provoking situation that still evokes some of the feeling. With curiosity and acceptance, as best you can, bring your attention to the raw energy of anger in your body. Where do you feel it most strongly? What are its qualities? Is it hot, tight, vibrating, pressured, sharp, dull? See if you can stay with these physical sensations for 30 seconds, maintaining awareness of your breath as an anchor. You're not trying to change the sensations or make them go away. You're simply observing them with interested attention. Notice any urges to act on the anger or to push it away. Include these urges in your awareness without automatically following them. Can you observe the urge to speak harshly or the urge to suppress the feeling without needing to do either? After the 30 seconds, or longer if you choose, notice if and how the sensations have changed simply through being observed with acceptance. Has their intensity, location, or quality shifted at all? This exercise builds your capacity to be present with anger's physical manifestations without being controlled by them. With practice, you can extend the duration and apply this approach to more intense anger experiences. These exercises help you develop practical skills in acceptance and willingness, transforming abstract concepts into lived experience. As with any skill, progress comes through consistent practice rather than perfect execution. Be patient with yourself as you learn this new way of relating to anger. Remember that the goal isn't to never feel anger or to accept mistreatment or injustice. Rather, the goal is to develop a more spacious relationship with anger, one where you can experience the emotion fully without being controlled by it, where you can hear its message without automatically acting on its urges, and where you can choose responses aligned with your deeper values rather than being driven solely by the desire to escape discomfort. This approach represents a profound shift from how most of us have been taught to handle difficult emotions. Rather than trying to control or eliminate anger, we learn to make space for it as part of the full spectrum of human experience. In doing so, we discover a paradoxical truth. Often, it's only by stopping the fight against our emotions that we truly begin to free ourselves from their grip. Yet, even as we develop acceptance and willingness, a deeper question emerges. Why is the struggle against difficult emotions so persistent and pervasive? What drives our seemingly instinctive efforts to control our internal experiences, despite evidence that these efforts often backfire? The answer reveals a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of emotional control. A misunderstanding we'll explore in the next chapter as we uncover the surprising problem that lies at the heart of most anger management difficulties. Chapter 6: The Problem with Control. Have you ever wondered why, despite your best efforts to manage anger, the same patterns keep repeating? Why techniques that seem so logical and straightforward often fail to create lasting change? Why moments of progress are frequently followed by frustrating setbacks? The answer might lie not in finding better control strategies, but in questioning the fundamental assumption that direct control of emotions is possible or desirable in the first place. We live in a culture that celebrates control. From childhood, we're taught that success comes through mastering our environment, our circumstances, and ourselves. We learn to solve problems by taking charge, fixing what's broken, and eliminating obstacles. This approach serves us well in many domains of life, from building careers to maintaining homes to achieving goals. Control, in many contexts, works remarkably well. But what if there's one domain where this familiar strategy not only fails, but actively makes things worse? What if, when it comes to our internal emotional landscape, the very act of trying to exert control creates the very problems we're trying to solve? In this chapter, we'll explore a radical possibility: that when it comes to anger and other difficult emotions, control itself is often the problem, not the solution. We'll examine why our intuitive approaches to managing anger frequently backfire, creating more suffering rather than less. And we'll discover how recognizing the limitations of control, what ASI practitioners call creative hopelessness, can paradoxically open the door to genuine transformation. This insight might initially seem discouraging. After all, if control doesn't work, what's left? But as we'll see, acknowledging the futility of certain control strategies doesn't leave us helpless. Rather, it redirects our efforts toward approaches that actually work, freeing us from exhausting battles we can never win, and pointing us toward a path of greater psychological flexibility and emotional freedom. The control trap: why we try so hard to manage our feelings. From early childhood, we learn that control works. When we're hungry, we get food. When we're cold, we put on a sweater. When a light bulb burns out, we replace it. This cause and effect relationship between our actions and external outcomes forms the foundation of how we navigate the world. These experiences teach us a powerful lesson. Problems can be solved through direct action and control. If something's broken, fix it. If something's unwanted, remove it. If something's missing, acquire it. This problem-solving approach becomes so ingrained that we naturally apply it to virtually every challenge we encounter, including our internal emotional experiences. When anger arises, we instinctively treat it like any other problem, something to be fixed, eliminated, or controlled. We try to calm down, let it go, or get over it. We attempt to manage our anger as if it were a subordinate employee not performing to expectations. We view anger as a malfunction to be corrected rather than an experience to be understood. This approach seems so logical that we rarely question it. If control works for fixing a leaky faucet or planning a schedule, why wouldn't it work for fixing unwanted emotions like anger? The answer lies in a fundamental difference between external events and internal experiences. External events generally follow predictable cause and effect relationships. Internal experiences, thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, urges, often don't. In fact, they frequently operate according to entirely different principles, sometimes even opposite ones. Consider what happens when you try not to think about something. The classic white bear experiments conducted by psychologist Daniel Wegner demonstrated that trying not to think about a white bear actually increases thoughts about white bears. The very act of monitoring your mind for the unwanted thought keeps it active in your awareness. Similarly, trying not to feel angry often paradoxically increases anger or pushes it underground where it emerges in other forms. Internal experiences like emotions don't respond to direct control the way external events do. They have their own logic, their own patterns, their own natural flow that often resists our attempts at manipulation. This fundamental mismatch between how we try to manage emotions through control and how emotions actually work, often resisting control, creates what ACE-T practitioners call the control agenda, a persistent but ultimately futile attempt to directly control or eliminate unwanted internal experiences. Let's examine some common control strategies people use for anger and why they often backfire. Suppression involves pushing anger down, denying it, or pretending it isn't there. You might tell yourself, "I'm fine," when you're clearly angry, or force a smile while seething inside. While suppression might temporarily prevent outward expressions of anger, research consistently links it to negative outcomes. Suppressed emotions don't simply disappear, they often intensify internally, leak out in passive-aggressive ways, or emerge later with greater force. Studies show that emotional suppression increases physiological stress responses, impairs memory, strains social relationships, and may contribute to various health problems. Avoidance involves staying away from situations, people, or topics that might trigger anger. While this might prevent some anger episodes in the short term, it comes at a high cost. Avoidance tends to shrink your life over time as more and more situations become off-limits. It prevents you from engaging in potentially valuable activities or relationships. It maintains and often increases fear or discomfort around the avoided situations, rather than building your capacity to handle them effectively. And it frequently fails in the long run, as triggers for anger exist throughout life and can't all be avoided. Distraction, when used as a primary strategy rather than a temporary coping mechanism, involves constantly diverting attention away from anger through entertainment, work, social media, or other activities. While brief, intentional distraction can sometimes be helpful for managing acute emotional intensity, chronic distraction prevents you from processing emotions, learning from them, or addressing underlying issues. It's like continuously hitting the snooze button on an alarm. It might delay the inevitable, but doesn't resolve what the alarm is signaling. Rumination argument involves getting caught in mental loops, trying to justify your anger, rehearse arguments, or figure out the emotion through endless analysis. Though it might feel productive, rumination typically intensifies and prolongs anger rather than resolving it. You become stuck in the content of angry thoughts rather than changing your relationship to them. Research shows that rumination is associated with increased anger, aggression, and negative mood, as well as impaired problem solving. Aggressive venting involves expressing anger through yelling, throwing things, hitting objects, or other aggressive actions based on the belief that you need to let it out or release the emotion. Despite its popularity in some approaches to anger management, research consistently shows that aggressive venting tends to increase rather than decrease subsequent anger and aggression. Rather than releasing anger, it rehearses and reinforces aggressive response patterns, making them more likely in the future. These control strategies share a common feature. They all aim to directly change or eliminate the experience of anger. And while they might appear to work in the short term, they typically fail to create lasting change and often generate additional problems along the way. The trap lies in how we respond to this failure. When control doesn't work, our instinctive response is usually to try harder, to seek better control strategies, to double down on the approach that feels most familiar. We rarely question the fundamental assumption that direct control of emotions is possible or desirable. Instead, we blame ourselves for not implementing control strategies effectively enough, or we search for more sophisticated control techniques. This persistence makes sense given how well control works in other domains of life. But when it comes to emotions like anger, it often leads to a cycle of escalating struggle that consumes tremendous resources while yielding diminishing returns. When control becomes the problem, experiential avoidance. The pattern of trying to avoid, suppress, or otherwise control unwanted internal experiences is so common that psychologists have a term for it: experiential avoidance. This pattern involves being unwilling to remain in contact with particular private experiences, bodily sensations, emotions, thoughts, memories, behavioral predispositions, and taking steps to alter the form, frequency, or situational sensitivity of these experiences, even when doing so creates harm. Research within the ACT framework consistently shows that experiential avoidance is strongly linked to a wide range of psychological difficulties, including anxiety disorders, depression, substance use problems, and difficulties with anger. Studies indicate that higher levels of experiential avoidance predict greater psychological distress and poorer functioning across various domains of life. Why is experiential avoidance so problematic? The costs of this control-focused approach are extensive and often hidden. First, there's the energy drain. Fighting against your own internal experiences requires constant vigilance and effort. Think about how much mental and emotional energy you expend trying to control anger, monitoring for signs of it, pushing it away when it appears, worrying about it emerging in inappropriate contexts, beating yourself up when control fails. This ongoing internal battle depletes resources that could be directed toward more constructive pursuits. Many people describe feeling exhausted after spending a day trying to contain or suppress anger, even if they successfully prevented an outward expression of the emotion. This fatigue isn't surprising given the continuous effort required to maintain control over natural emotional responses. Second, there's the time lost. Hours, days, sometimes years can be consumed by the struggle to control emotions. Consider what you're not doing, not experiencing, not creating while preoccupied with managing anger. What opportunities for connection, growth, or meaningful action are missed because your attention is focused on the internal battle? This opportunity cost rarely enters our calculation when evaluating control strategies. We focus on whether a technique reduced anger in the moment, not on what pursuing that technique cost us in terms of life engagement and fulfillment. Third, there's life constriction. Avoidance-based control strategies gradually narrow your life as more and more situations become off-limits due to their potential to trigger anger. You might avoid certain people, decline invitations, limit career opportunities, or restrict activities based on fear of anger arising. Over time, this constriction can lead to a life defined more by what you're avoiding than by what you're moving toward. Your world becomes smaller, your choices more limited, your experiences less rich, all in service of preventing an emotion that, while uncomfortable, is a natural part of human experience. Fourth, there's relationship strain. Control strategies often impact those around you, creating distance or conflict in important relationships. Suppression can lead to emotional disconnection, where others sense something's wrong but can't engage with your authentic experience. Avoidance might mean withdrawing from meaningful interactions. Rumination can make you mentally absent even when physically present. Aggressive venting can create fear or resentment in others. These relational impacts compound over time, potentially damaging the very connections that contribute most to life satisfaction and meaning. Beyond these costs, control strategies often produce paradoxical effects that make the original problem worse rather than better. The rebound effect occurs when trying not to feel angry actually makes anger more persistent or intense when it eventually breaks through. Like a beach ball held underwater, the suppressed emotion returns with greater force when control momentarily lapses. This pattern can lead to cycles of rigid control punctuated by overwhelming emotional outbursts, neither of which represents a healthy relationship with anger. Increased sensitivity develops when you're constantly monitoring for signs of anger in order to control it. This hypervigilance can make you more reactive to potential triggers, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy where you notice more anger because you're looking for it. What might have been minor irritations become significant threats because they're viewed through the lens of anger prevention. Secondary suffering emerges when you not only experience the original anger, but also add layers of judgment, worry, or self-criticism about that experience. You become angry about being angry, anxious about potentially becoming angry, or guilty after expressing anger. These additional emotional responses, all fueled by the control agenda, can create more distress than the original anger itself. Together, these costs and paradoxical effects reveal how control, when applied to internal experiences like anger, often becomes the problem rather than the solution. The very strategies intended to reduce suffering end up creating new forms of suffering, sometimes more pervasive and limiting than what they were designed to address. This insight that control itself might be the problem can initially feel threatening or disorienting. If control doesn't work, what's left? Are we simply at the mercy of our emotions? The answer lies in what app practitioners call creative hopelessness, a pivotal realization that, while challenging, opens the door to genuine transformation. Hitting the wall, embracing creative hopelessness. The term creative hopelessness might sound contradictory or even depressing. How can hopelessness be creative? How can giving up on something lead to positive change? In ACT, creative hopelessness refers to the realization that your attempts to control or eliminate unwanted internal experiences haven't worked in the long run, and may even be part of the problem. It's the recognition that you've been digging yourself deeper into a hole by continuing to use strategies that don't ultimately serve you well. This realization isn't about giving up on life or resigning yourself to suffering. It's specifically about giving up on strategies that don't work for controlling internal experiences. It's about honestly acknowledging, my attempts to eliminate or control this anger haven't been effective long-term and may even be making things worse. The metaphor of digging a hole illustrates this concept well. If you find yourself in a hole and want to get out, the first step is to stop digging. Similarly, if you find yourself suffering from the effects of the control agenda, the first step is to stop implementing control strategies that don't work. This stopping, this willingness to put down the shovel, is what creative hopelessness involves. The hopelessness part refers to letting go of the hope that you can solve the problem of unwanted emotions through direct control. It's abandoning the fantasy that if you just find the right technique or try hard enough, you can eliminate anger or other difficult emotions from your experience. The creative part refers to what emerges from this letting go, the space to try something fundamentally different. When you stop investing in strategies that don't work, you free up energy and attention for approaches that might actually help. You create the possibility of relating to anger in an entirely new way. Research within the ACT framework suggests that this process of recognizing the unworkability of control strategies is a necessary precursor to developing greater psychological flexibility. Studies show that helping people identify their control agenda and its costs often leads to significant shifts in how they relate to difficult emotions, opening the door to acceptance-based approaches that yield better outcomes. Why is creative hopelessness so powerful? Several reasons. First, it creates an opening to try something fundamentally different. When you truly recognize that control strategies aren't working, you become willing to consider alternatives that might have previously seemed counterintuitive or impossible. Approaches based on acceptance, mindfulness, and values-directed action, as explored in previous chapters, become viable options rather than last resorts. Second, it frees you from the exhausting, futile battle against your own experience. Much of the suffering associated with anger comes not from the emotion itself, but from the struggle against it. When you stop fighting, you immediately reduce this layer of secondary suffering, even if the original emotion remains present. Third, it allows you to shift focus from the impossible goal of feeling good first to the possible goal of living well now. The control agenda often operates on the assumption that you need to feel good, or at least not feel bad, before you can live a meaningful, fulfilling life. Creative hopelessness challenges this assumption, suggesting that you can take valued action even while experiencing difficult emotions. This shift from trying to feel better to trying to live better represents a fundamental reorientation in how you relate to emotional life. Rather than making emotional comfort a prerequisite for meaningful living, you recognize that a rich, full life includes the full range of human emotions, even uncomfortable ones like anger. The paradox is that this letting go of control often leads to greater emotional regulation in the long run. When you stop fighting against anger, you create conditions where it can move through you more naturally, without the amplification that comes from resistance. You develop the capacity to experience anger without being controlled by it, to acknowledge its presence without needing to act on its every urge. This doesn't mean you never influence your emotional state. There are many ways to work with anger that don't involve the direct control strategies we've been discussing. The mindfulness practices from Chapter 4, the acceptance approaches from Chapter 5, and the values-based actions we'll explore in Chapter 7 all help create conditions where anger becomes more manageable. Not through direct control, but through changing your relationship to it and the context in which it occurs. The key distinction is between control, trying to directly eliminate or change the emotion, and influence, creating conditions where the emotion naturally shifts or becomes less problematic. Creative hopelessness involves giving up on control while remaining open to forms of influence that actually work. Shifting from control to willingness and action. As you recognize the limitations of control-based approaches to anger, a natural question arises. What's the alternative? If fighting against anger doesn't work and suppressing it creates problems, what can you do? The answer involves a fundamental shift in focus. From trying to control how you feel to choosing how you act, regardless of what you're feeling. This shift redirects your energy from the often impossible task of changing emotions directly to the always possible task of engaging in valued action, even when difficult emotions are present. Let's clarify this distinction. Control aims to change the feeling. Its primary goal is emotional comfort, eliminating anger or other unwanted emotions so you can feel better. Its implicit assumption is that you need to feel good, or at least not feel bad, before you can live well. Willingness plus action aims to change your life, even if the feeling comes along for the ride. Its primary goal is meaningful living, engaging in activities and relationships that matter to you, regardless of what emotions arise along the way. Its operating assumption is that you can live well even while experiencing discomfort. This shift doesn't mean abandoning all efforts to influence your emotional state. The cognitive strategies from Chapter 2 and the physical calming techniques from Chapter 3 remain valuable tools. But rather than using these approaches as control strategies, trying to eliminate anger so you can then live your life, you use them as support for valued action, living your life fully, using these tools when helpful. A powerful metaphor for this shift is the tug of war with anger. Imagine you're holding one end of a rope, with anger on the other end. As long as you pull on the rope, trying to control or eliminate anger, the battle continues, consuming your energy and attention. But there's another option. You can drop the rope. Not because anger has won, but because you're choosing not to engage in that particular struggle anymore. Dropping the rope doesn't mean anger disappears. It's still there on the other end. But it no longer controls your actions through the constant battle. You're free to turn and walk in your chosen direction, even with anger present in your awareness. This metaphor illustrates the liberation that comes from shifting from control to willingness and action. When you stop making the absence of anger a prerequisite for living well, you reclaim your ability to choose actions aligned with your values, regardless of your emotional state. This approach connects directly to the acceptance and willingness we explored in Chapter 5. You develop the capacity to make space for anger when it arises, neither suppressing it nor being controlled by it. You acknowledge its presence without judgment, while choosing actions based on what matters to you rather than what your anger is demanding in the moment. The focus on values-aligned action, which we'll explore more fully in Chapter 7, provides direction for this approach. Values, the qualities of action that matter deeply to you, serve as a compass when emotions like anger arise. Instead of asking, "How can I get rid of this anger?" you ask, "Given that anger is present right now, what action would align with my values?" This reorientation creates tremendous freedom. You're no longer waiting to feel better before living your life. You're no longer at the mercy of emotional states that often resist direct control. You're choosing actions based on what matters to you, allowing feelings to be present without dictating your behavior. This doesn't mean ignoring anger's message or acting as if it doesn't matter. Anger often carries important information about boundaries, needs, or values that have been violated. The key is extracting this information without being driven by anger's immediate action urges. You can acknowledge what anger is signaling while choosing how to respond based on your values and the specific context. With practice, this approach creates a more flexible, nuanced relationship with anger. Rather than seeing anger as an enemy to be eliminated or a dictator to be obeyed, you learn to treat it as one source of information among many, neither suppressing its message nor automatically following its commands. This shift from control to willingness and action represents the heart of psychological flexibility, the ability to be present with whatever arises in your experience while choosing actions aligned with your values. Research consistently shows that greater psychological flexibility correlates with better mental health outcomes, improved quality of life, and enhanced ability to navigate life's challenges. By letting go of the control agenda and embracing willingness and valued action, you don't eliminate anger from your life. Rather, you transform your relationship to it, reducing its power to control your behavior and creating space for a richer, more meaningful life, even when anger is present. Putting it into practice, Chapter 6 exercises. The following exercises will help you identify your personal control agenda, evaluate its effectiveness, and begin shifting toward greater willingness and valued action. Exercise 1. List your control strategies. This exercise helps you become aware of the specific ways you try to control or avoid anger. Take some time to reflect on and list all the things you typically do when you feel angry or anticipate feeling angry, specifically to try and make the feeling go away, reduce it, or avoid it altogether. Be honest with yourself. Include both obvious strategies and subtle ones. Your list might include things like arguing or debating to prove you're right, withdrawing or giving the silent treatment, distracting yourself with work, entertainment, or social media, using substances to numb feelings, avoiding certain people, places, or topics, trying to force yourself to calm down through self-talk, ruminating or overthinking to figure out the anger, venting aggressively, yelling, slamming doors, etc., suppressing or denying the feeling, "I'm fine." blaming others or external circumstances. Try to be as specific and comprehensive as possible. Notice that some strategies might work in the short term, but create problems in the long term. Include these too. This inventory helps you recognize the extent of your control agenda and the various ways it manifests in your life. Simply becoming aware of these patterns is the first step toward changing them. Exercise 2. Evaluate control's effectiveness, workability. This exercise helps you honestly assess whether your control strategies are serving you well in the long run. Look at your list from Exercise 1. For each strategy, reflect on the following questions. How well has this strategy worked in the long run to give you a rich, full, meaningful life? Has it created lasting change, or do you find yourself implementing the same strategy repeatedly for the same issues? What has this strategy cost you in terms of time, energy, health, relationships, or missed opportunities? Consider both obvious costs and subtle ones that accumulate over time. Does this strategy truly get rid of the anger permanently, or does the underlying issue remain? Does the anger return when the strategy is no longer in effect? Be honest with yourself in this evaluation. The goal isn't to judge or criticize your past choices, but to clearly see what's working and what isn't, so you can make informed decisions moving forward. You might discover that some strategies provide temporary relief but don't create lasting change, or that they work in limited contexts but not others. You might notice that certain approaches come with high costs that you hadn't fully acknowledged before. This evaluation helps create the creative hopelessness we discussed, not as a state of despair, but as an honest recognition of what isn't working, opening the door to trying something different. Exercise 3. Notice control impulses. This exercise helps you develop greater awareness of your automatic tendencies toward control, creating space for choice rather than reactivity. Throughout the next day, practice simply noticing the urge to control or get rid of uncomfortable feelings, including anger, frustration, anxiety, when they arise. You don't have to act on the urge or stop it. Just notice it when it shows up with gentle curiosity. You might mentally note, there's the urge to argue back, or there's the impulse to distract myself, or I notice I want to suppress this feeling. This noticing builds awareness of your default control patterns without immediately trying to change them. It creates a small space between the urge to control and automatically acting on that urge, allowing for the possibility of choice. Pay particular attention to how these control impulses feel in your body. Do you notice tension, constriction, or a sense of bracing against experience? This physical awareness helps you recognize control tendencies even before they become conscious thoughts. As you practice this noticing, you might be surprised by how frequently and automatically control impulses arise. This recognition isn't cause for self-criticism, but rather an opportunity for greater understanding of patterns that often operate below conscious awareness. With continued practice, you'll likely find that simply noticing control impulses without automatically acting on them begins to shift your relationship with difficult emotions. The space between impulse and action gradually expands, creating more room for conscious choice. These exercises help you recognize and evaluate your personal control agenda, creating the foundation for a shift toward greater acceptance, willingness, and valued action. As with any significant change, this process takes time and practice. Be patient with yourself as you explore these new perspectives on anger and emotional regulation. Remember that the goal isn't to never feel anger or to accept mistreatment or injustice. Rather, the goal is to develop a more flexible, nuanced relationship with anger, one where you can experience the emotion without being controlled by it, extract its valuable information without being driven by its immediate urges, and choose actions aligned with your deeper values rather than being dictated by momentary feelings. This shift from control to willingness and valued action represents a profound transformation in how you relate to your emotional life. Rather than making the absence of difficult emotions a prerequisite for living well, you develop the capacity to live fully and meaningfully even when such emotions are present. But this raises an important question. How do you know which actions to choose when anger or other difficult emotions arise? What guides your behavior, if not the immediate demands of your emotional state? The answer lies in something deeper and more enduring than momentary feelings, a compass that points toward what truly matters in your life, even when emotional storms are raging. This inner guidance system, which we'll explore in the next chapter, holds the key to navigating life's challenges with wisdom and purpose, transforming how you respond to anger and ultimately how you live your life. Chapter 7. Choose your path. Imagine standing at a crossroads. Behind you lies the familiar territory of anger management strategies, some helpful, some not. The path you've been traveling has been focused largely on one goal: reducing or controlling anger. But what if there's more to the journey than simply managing an emotion? What if the path forward isn't just about what you're moving away from, but what you're moving toward? In previous chapters, we've explored how thoughts fuel anger, how your body amplifies it, how mindfulness helps you observe it, how acceptance creates space for it, and how control strategies often backfire. These insights provide valuable tools for working with anger when it arises. But they don't answer a fundamental question. To what end? Why manage anger at all? What's the larger purpose that makes these efforts worthwhile? This question points to something deeper than emotional management techniques. It points to the very heart of what makes life meaningful and fulfilling. When anger arises and threatens to take control, what guides your response? What helps you choose a path forward that serves your larger aims rather than momentary impulses? The answer lies not in another anger management strategy, but in connecting with something more fundamental: what truly matters to you. This chapter explores how clarifying and connecting with your deepest values can transform your relationship with anger, providing direction and purpose even in challenging moments. But what exactly are these values, and how do they relate to anger? Let's begin our exploration by shifting focus from the emotion itself to the larger context of your life. Beyond managing anger, what do you want your life to be about? For many people, anger management becomes an end in itself. The goal becomes simply to experience less anger, to keep it under control, to prevent outbursts or regrettable actions. While these are worthwhile aims, they're fundamentally limited. They focus on what you don't want: anger, conflict, regret, rather than what you do want: a meaningful, fulfilling life aligned with what matters most to you. This narrow focus creates a restricted life. When avoiding anger or discomfort becomes your primary objective, your world gradually shrinks. You might avoid challenging conversations, decline opportunities that could trigger frustration, or withdraw from relationships that sometimes involve conflict. You might invest tremendous energy in monitoring and managing your emotional state, leaving little attention for engaging fully with life. The alternative involves a profound shift in focus, from how you feel to how you want to live. Rather than making the absence of anger a prerequisite for living well, you can choose to live meaningfully, whether anger is present or not. This doesn't mean ignoring anger or its effects, but rather placing anger in the larger context of what you want your life to stand for. This shift raises deeper questions. What truly matters to you, beyond simply feeling good or avoiding discomfort? What kind of person do you want to be, even when facing challenges or difficult emotions? What qualities do you want to embody in your relationships, your work, your community engagement? What do you want people to remember about you when your life is complete? These questions point toward values, the qualities of action and being that give life meaning and direction. In acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, values are understood as freely chosen qualities of ongoing action. They're the ways of being and behaving that you find deeply meaningful and worthwhile. Values aren't things you achieve once and check off a list, but ongoing directions you can move toward throughout life. Values might include qualities like being loving, courageous, compassionate, honest, creative, persistent, curious, respectful, or generous. They describe how you want to behave, the kind of partner, friend, parent, colleague, citizen, or human being you want to be. It's important to distinguish values from goals. Goals are specific achievements or outcomes you can complete, like getting a degree, buying a house, or resolving a particular conflict. Values, by contrast, are ongoing directions you can continue to pursue throughout life. A helpful metaphor is that values are like compass directions, such as north, while goals are like landmarks along the way, like reaching the next town. You achieve goals, but you live by values. This distinction matters because while you can complete goals, you can never finish living by your values. There's always a next step, a new situation where you can embody the qualities that matter to you. This ongoing nature makes values particularly powerful for navigating life's challenges, including anger. Values provide motivation, meaning, and direction, especially when facing difficult emotions or situations. When you're clear about what matters most to you, you have a reason to work with anger beyond simply avoiding discomfort. You have a purpose that transcends momentary feelings, a why that can sustain you through challenging hows. Research within ACT consistently demonstrates that clarifying personal values and committing to actions aligned with those values correlates with increased psychological flexibility, improved mental health outcomes, and enhanced overall well-being. Studies show that when people connect with what truly matters to them and take steps in those valued directions, they experience greater life satisfaction and resilience, even when facing significant challenges. This research supports what many people intuitively recognize. Life feels most meaningful when our actions align with our deepest values, regardless of whether we're experiencing pleasant or unpleasant emotions along the way. The question becomes not, how can I feel good all the time, but how can I live a life that reflects what matters most to me, even when difficult emotions like anger arise? Discovering what matters most to you. Values aren't abstract concepts or rigid rules. They're deeply personal expressions of what gives your life meaning and purpose. While certain values might be widely shared, like kindness or honesty, the specific constellation of values that matters most to you is unique, reflecting your individual experiences, beliefs, and aspirations. Discovering your core values involves exploration and reflection. It's not about finding the right values according to some external standard, but about connecting with what genuinely resonates with you at a deep level. This process often begins by considering various domains of life where values can be expressed. Important life domains typically include relationships, encompass how you want to be with partners, family members, friends, and in parenting roles. What qualities do you want to bring to these connections? How do you want to treat others, even during challenging interactions? Values in this domain might include being loving, supportive, honest, respectful, forgiving, or present. Work, career, education involves how you approach your professional life or learning. What qualities matter to you in how you engage with tasks, colleagues, clients, or studies? Values here might include being diligent, creative, collaborative, ethical, growth-oriented, or of service. Personal growth, health, physical and mental, concerns how you relate to your own development and well-being. How do you want to approach caring for yourself and fostering your own growth? Values might include being self-compassionate, disciplined, balanced, mindful, or courageous in facing challenges. Leisure, play, creativity encompasses how you engage with recreation, relaxation, and creative expression. What qualities do you want to bring to these activities? Values might include being playful, curious, expressive, adventurous, or appreciative of beauty and enjoyment. Community, environment, citizenship involves how you participate in larger social contexts and care for the world around you. How do you want to contribute to your community or environment? Values might include being responsible, engaged, environmentally conscious, socially aware, or contributing to positive change. Spirituality, broadly defined, concerns how you connect with whatever you consider sacred or transcendent, whether through traditional religion, nature, art, service to others, or other means. Values here might include being reverent, connected to something larger than yourself, contemplative, or guided by spiritual principles. Not all domains will be equally important to everyone, and the specific values within each domain will vary widely from person to person. The key is identifying which domains and values resonate most strongly with you personally. Within these domains, you can identify your core values by asking powerful questions that elicit what truly matters to you. In this area of life, what qualities do I want to bring? How do I want to behave? If I were living fully in alignment with what matters most to me, how would I be acting in this domain? What matters most to me in how I treat myself, others, my work, or my community? What qualities would I want people to remember about me in this area of life? These questions help you connect with values as qualities of action, ways of being and behaving, rather than as specific outcomes or achievements. Various techniques can help clarify values further. The 80th birthday party or tombstone exercise invites you to imagine what you'd want people to genuinely say about you at the end of your life. Not empty platitudes, but authentic reflections on how you lived and what qualities you embodied. Values card sorting exercises, where you prioritize written value statements, can also help identify what resonates most strongly. As you explore potential values, it's important to distinguish genuine values from social expectations, shoulds, or fear-based rules. True values feel vital and chosen. They resonate with a sense of personal meaning and importance. They're not imposed from outside or adopted primarily to please others or avoid criticism. You can often recognize genuine values by the sense of vitality and authenticity they evoke. When you imagine living in alignment with a true value, you might feel a sense of rightness or resonance, even if the actions involved might sometimes be challenging. By contrast, values adopted mainly to meet others' expectations often feel hollow or burdensome. The process of clarifying values isn't about finding perfect or final answers. Values can evolve over time as you gain new experiences and insights. The goal is simply to develop greater clarity about what currently matters most to you, creating a foundation for more intentional choices in how you live, especially when facing challenges like anger. Values as your guide, especially when anger shows up. Once you've clarified your core values, they can serve as a powerful guide when anger or other difficult emotions arise. Rather than being driven primarily by the emotion itself or by habitual reactions, you can choose responses aligned with the person you want to be, regardless of what you're feeling in the moment. This guidance becomes particularly valuable during challenging situations because values provide a compelling why for choosing difficult but meaningful actions. Research shows that when people are clear about why an action matters to them, how it connects to their core values, they're more willing to endure discomfort that might come with that action. Consider a situation where you need to have a difficult conversation that might trigger anger. If you're clear that the conversation aligns with values like honesty, respect, and caring for the relationship, you're more likely to be willing to experience the discomfort of potential anger or conflict. The values provide a purpose that transcends momentary emotional comfort. This power of purpose helps explain why people can endure tremendous challenges when connected to what matters deeply to them. Parents routinely sacrifice sleep and comfort to care for children because the value of being a loving, responsible parent matters more than momentary comfort. Activists endure criticism and setbacks because their values around justice or environmental protection provide meaning that outweighs discomfort. Athletes push through physical pain because their values around excellence or achievement give purpose to the struggle. The same principle applies to working with anger. When you're clear about your values, you have a reason to practice the skills we've explored in previous chapters: cognitive restructuring, physical calming, mindfulness, acceptance, beyond simply avoiding discomfort. You practice these skills because they help you live in alignment with what matters most to you. For example, imagine feeling angry during a disagreement with someone important to you. Without values as a guide, you might be driven primarily by the urge to express that anger through harsh words or withdrawal. But if you're connected to values like respect, compassion, and honest communication, you have a basis for choosing a different response. Perhaps taking a brief pause to calm yourself, then engaging in the conversation with both honesty about your perspective and respect for the other person. The values don't eliminate the anger, but they provide direction for how to respond to it in a way that serves your larger aims rather than momentary impulses. They help you make value-based choices rather than emotion-based reactions. This distinction between value-based choices and emotion-based reactions is crucial for mastering anger. Emotion-based reactions are driven primarily by the desire to reduce discomfort or express the emotion immediately. They're often automatic and focused on short-term emotional relief rather than long-term consequences or meaning. Value-based choices, by contrast, are guided by what matters most to you beyond momentary feelings. They involve asking questions like, what would my value of being respectful have me do right now, even with this anger present? Or, how would the person I want to be respond in this situation, regardless of what I'm feeling? This approach doesn't mean ignoring or suppressing anger. Rather, it means including anger as one factor in your decision-making, rather than letting it be the primary or only factor. You acknowledge the anger, yes, I'm feeling angry right now, while choosing actions based on your values rather than being dictated by the emotion. The metaphor of weather can be helpful here. Just as weather conditions are real, but don't have to determine your actions completely, internal weather, like anger, is real, but doesn't have to control your behavior. You can acknowledge there's an emotional storm happening right now while still choosing to act in ways aligned with your values, even if that means metaphorically walking through the rain rather than taking shelter until the storm passes. This value-guided approach creates a fundamental shift in motivation, from moving away from what feels bad to moving toward what matters. Rather than acting primarily to escape or avoid anger, moving away, you act to express and embody your values, moving toward. This shift creates greater psychological flexibility and resilience, as your actions are no longer contingent on feeling good first. Research supports this approach, showing that when individuals are clear on their values, they demonstrate greater willingness to experience discomfort in service of those values. Studies indicate that this values-based perspective enhances resilience, providing a sense of purpose that buffers against the negative impact of stressors and difficult emotions. The key insight is that you don't need to wait until anger subsides to live meaningfully. You can choose value-aligned actions even while experiencing anger, creating a life defined by what matters to you rather than by which emotions are present or absent in any given moment. Committed action, walking your valued path. Values provide direction, but direction alone isn't enough to create change. To bring your values to life, you need committed action, concrete steps that move you along your valued path, even when the journey involves challenges or discomfort. Committed action transforms values from abstract concepts into lived reality. It's the bridge between knowing what matters to you and actually living in alignment with those priorities. Without this bridge, values remain aspirational but unrealized, like having a compass but never using it to navigate. The first step in committed action involves turning values into specific, concrete behaviors. Since values are ongoing directions rather than final destinations, they can always be expressed through particular actions in particular contexts. The question becomes, given this value and this situation, what specific action would represent a step in my valued direction? For example, if you value being respectful in relationships, committed actions might include listening fully before responding during disagreements, speaking in a calm tone even when frustrated, or acknowledging others' perspectives even when you disagree. If you value courage and personal growth, actions might include speaking up in situations where you'd normally stay silent, trying new experiences despite fear of failure, or facing difficult emotions rather than avoiding them. To make committed action most effective, it helps to set specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals that align with your values. Rather than vague intentions, I'll try to be more patient, you identify concrete behaviors. When my child is moving slowly in the morning, I'll take 3 deep breaths before speaking and use a calm tone of voice. This specificity is crucial because it focuses on behavior, what you'll actually do, rather than outcomes you can't directly control or feelings that may fluctuate. You can't directly control whether others respond positively to you or whether you feel calm inside, but you can control whether you speak respectfully or take a pause before responding when angry. Committed action often begins with small steps rather than dramatic changes. Any movement in your valued direction, however modest, represents meaningful progress. Small actions consistently taken often create more lasting change than ambitious plans that prove unsustainable. For instance, if you value being present with family but often find yourself distracted by work concerns or digital devices, a small committed action might be having 1 meal per day without phones or other screens, focusing fully on connection. This modest step, consistently implemented, can be more transformative than an ambitious but unsustainable plan to always be fully present at home. What makes these actions committed is the willingness to follow through, even when motivation fluctuates or discomfort arises. Commitment doesn't mean you'll never falter or face setbacks. Rather, it means you're willing to continue moving in your valued direction, even when the path becomes challenging, and to return to that path when you inevitably stray from it. This commitment is supported by the willingness we explored in Chapter 5, the readiness to experience difficult thoughts, feelings, or sensations that might arise as you take valued action. When you're committed to a value-aligned path, you're willing to make room for discomfort that might emerge along the way, whether that's anger, fear, doubt, or other challenging experiences. Over time, consistent patterns of value-consistent behavior create momentum and build a more meaningful life. Each value-aligned action reinforces your connection to what matters, making subsequent actions in that direction more likely. You begin to define yourself not by the emotions you experience or avoid, but by the values you embody through your choices and actions. Research within ACT demonstrates that this process of committed action, guided by personal values, contributes significantly to psychological flexibility and well-being. Studies show that helping people identify specific, concrete actions aligned with their values and supporting them in taking those actions leads to meaningful improvements in quality of life, even when challenging circumstances or emotions remain present. The power of committed action lies in its focus on what you can control, your own behavior, rather than what you can't directly control, like other people's responses or your immediate emotional state. By consistently choosing actions aligned with your values, you build a life of meaning and purpose, regardless of what emotions arise along the way. Putting it into practice, Chapter 7 exercises. The following exercises will help you clarify your personal values and begin translating them into committed action, creating a foundation for responding to anger in ways aligned with what matters most to you. Exercise 1. Identify your core values. This exercise helps you connect with what truly matters to you across important life domains. Take time to reflect on the life domains we discussed earlier: relationships, work, career, education, personal growth, health, leisure, play, creativity, community, environment, citizenship, and spirituality, broadly defined. Consider which domains feel most important or relevant to you right now. For 2 to 3 domains that feel most significant in your current life, write down 1 to 3 core values, words or short phrases describing how you truly want to behave or qualities you want to embody in that area. Focus on qualities of being and acting rather than specific outcomes or achievements. For example, in relationships, being present, supportive, honest, respectful. In personal growth, being curious, courageous, self-compassionate. In work, being creative, diligent, collaborative, of service. As you identify potential values, check in with yourself. Does this value feel vital and chosen rather than imposed? Does it resonate with a sense of personal meaning? Would living by this value feel fulfilling even if it sometimes involves challenges? Remember that there are no right or wrong values, only what genuinely matters to you. The goal is to connect with your authentic priorities rather than adopting values you think you should have according to others' expectations. Exercise 2. Rate your values and actions. This exercise helps you identify gaps between what matters to you and how you're currently living, creating awareness of opportunities for growth. Look at your list of core values from Exercise 1. For each value, reflect on 2 questions. First, on a scale of 0 to 10, how important is this value to you truly? A high rating, 8-10, suggests the value resonates deeply with what matters to you. A moderate rating, 4 to 7, suggests it's somewhat important but perhaps not central. A low rating, row 3, might indicate this isn't actually a core value for you. Second, on the same 0 to 10 scale, how consistently have your actions reflected this value in the past week or month? A high rating suggests you're living in strong alignment with this value. A moderate or low rating indicates a gap between what matters to you and your current behavior. Notice any gaps between the importance of a value and your recent actions aligned with that value. These gaps represent opportunities for value-directed action, not reasons for self-criticism. They simply highlight areas where you might focus attention to bring your life into greater alignment with what matters to you. For example, you might rate being present in relationships as 9/10 in importance, but only 4/10 in recent consistency. This gap indicates an opportunity to bring more presence to your interactions, not a failure or reason for shame. This awareness of gaps between values and actions creates motivation for change that comes from connection to what matters, rather than from self-judgment or criticism. Exercise 3. Value-guided action planning. This exercise helps you translate values into specific, concrete actions you can take to live more fully in alignment with what matters to you. Choose one important value where you noticed a gap between its importance and your recent actions in Exercise 2. This will be your focus for developing a committed action plan. Identify one small, concrete, observable action you can take this week that would be a step toward living this value more fully. Be specific about exactly what you will do, when you will do it, and for how long. The action should be challenging enough to be meaningful, but small enough to be realistic given your current circumstances. For example, if you value being present in relationships but find yourself often distracted by devices, a specific action might be, I will put my phone in another room during dinner with my family every evening this week, focusing fully on conversation and connection. Write down your planned action and make a specific commitment to follow through, being willing to allow any discomfort, like inertia, fear, or even residual anger, that might arise as you take this step. After taking the action, reflect on the experience. What did you notice? What challenges arose? How did it feel to act in alignment with this value, regardless of whether the experience was pleasant or challenging? What might you do differently next time to bring even more of this value into your life? Remember that the goal isn't perfect implementation, but rather consistent movement in your valued direction. Each step, however small, represents meaningful progress toward a life aligned with what matters most to you. These exercises help you develop greater clarity about your values and begin translating them into concrete actions, creating a foundation for responding to anger and other challenging emotions in ways that serve your larger aims rather than momentary impulses. The values-based approach we've explored in this chapter offers a powerful complement to the skills and insights from previous chapters. Cognitive restructuring helps you work with the thoughts that fuel anger. Physical techniques help you calm your body's anger response. Mindfulness helps you observe anger with clarity. Acceptance creates space for anger without being controlled by it. Understanding the problem with control helps you avoid counterproductive strategies. Values add a crucial dimension to this toolkit: direction and purpose. They answer the why behind anger management efforts, connecting these skills to what gives your life meaning. When you're clear about your values, you have a compelling reason to practice these skills, even when doing so is challenging. You're working with anger not just to feel better, but to live better, to create a life aligned with what matters most to you. This integration of skills and values creates a comprehensive approach to mastering anger. Rather than seeing anger as simply a problem to eliminate, you learn to navigate it in service of a meaningful life. You develop the capacity to experience anger without being defined or controlled by it, to extract its valuable information without automatically acting on its impulses, and to choose responses aligned with your deepest values rather than momentary feelings. The journey of mastering anger thus becomes part of a larger journey toward living with purpose and meaning. Each challenging moment becomes an opportunity to embody your values, to be the person you want to be, even when emotions run high. This perspective transforms how you relate not just to anger, but to all of life's challenges and opportunities. Yet even with values as your guide, specific situations can still prove challenging. How do you apply these principles when facing real-world anger triggers? What concrete strategies can help you respond skillfully in the heat of the moment? The next chapter addresses these practical questions, offering specific tools for navigating anger-provoking situations while staying connected to what matters most. These techniques, when combined with the foundation we've built, will equip you to face life's challenges with both wisdom and effectiveness, transforming potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Chapter 8. Skillful Responses. The moment arrives without warning. Someone says something that hits a nerve. A situation unfolds that violates your sense of fairness. A boundary is crossed. And suddenly, there it is. The familiar surge of anger rising within you, demanding immediate expression. What happens next will determine not just the outcome of this particular situation, but over time, the quality of your relationships, your effectiveness in various life domains, and ultimately, your sense of who you are as a person. Will you react automatically, driven by the raw energy of anger, or will you respond skillfully, guided by awareness and values? The difference between reaction and response might seem subtle in language, but in practice, it's profound. A reaction is automatic, impulsive, and often regretted later. A response is chosen, intentional, and aligned with your deeper aims. Reactions emerge from habit. Responses arise from skill. In previous chapters, we've built a foundation for working with anger. Understanding its nature, recognizing how thoughts fuel it, learning to calm your body, developing mindful awareness, practicing acceptance, letting go of counterproductive control strategies, and connecting with your values. These insights and practices are invaluable, but a crucial question remains. When anger actually arises in daily life, what specifically can you do to translate these principles into effective action? This chapter addresses that question directly, offering practical, actionable techniques for responding to anger-provoking situations in ways that are both effective, getting constructive results, and authentic, aligned with your values. We'll explore a toolkit of strategies drawn from various evidence-based approaches, providing you with options to choose from depending on the specific context and your particular needs. But before diving into specific techniques, let's consider what makes a response to anger truly skillful, and why having a range of options matters more than finding a single perfect strategy. Moving from reaction to response, building your skill set. What exactly makes a response to anger skillful? It's not simply about suppressing the emotion or maintaining perfect calm in all circumstances. Rather, a skillful response accomplishes two key aims. It's effective in addressing the situation constructively, and it's aligned with your personal values. Effectiveness means the response actually helps resolve the issue at hand, or at least doesn't make it worse. It considers both short-term and long-term consequences. A response that provides momentary emotional relief but damages an important relationship or creates new problems isn't truly effective. Likewise, a response that avoids immediate conflict but allows a problematic situation to persist unaddressed lacks real effectiveness. Value alignment means the response reflects the kind of person you want to be, regardless of what you're feeling in the moment. It embodies qualities that matter to you, perhaps respect, honesty, compassion, or courage. even when anger makes it challenging to express these qualities. A response can be technically effective at resolving a situation, but still leave you feeling disconnected from your values, creating a sense of inauthenticity or regret. The most skillful responses achieve both aims. They address the situation constructively while allowing you to act in ways consistent with your deepest values. This dual focus transforms anger management from simply not losing control to actively creating outcomes and interactions you can feel good about, even in challenging circumstances. The foundation for skillful responses includes several elements we've already explored. Awareness, Chapter 4, helps you notice anger arising before it overtakes you, creating space for choice rather than automatic reaction. This mindful recognition, anger is present, is often the crucial first step toward a skillful response. Acceptance, Chapter 5, allows you to make room for anger without being controlled by it. By acknowledging, yes, I'm feeling angry right now, without judgment or resistance, you create conditions where wise choice becomes possible, even amidst strong emotion. Values, Chapter 7, provide direction for your response, helping you choose actions aligned with what matters most to you, rather than being driven solely by momentary feelings. When anger arises, values help answer the question, given that I'm feeling this way, how do I want to respond? To these foundational elements, this chapter adds specific tools for action, concrete techniques you can implement when anger arises in various contexts. These tools don't replace awareness, acceptance, and values, but rather complement them, providing practical ways to translate these principles into effective behavior. Importantly, no single technique works optimally in all situations. Different contexts call for different approaches. A response that works well with a close friend might be inappropriate with a colleague. A strategy effective for mild irritation might prove insufficient for intense anger. A technique suitable for a one-time annoyance might not address a recurring pattern that needs deeper attention. This is why developing a range of options matters more than finding one perfect strategy. Psychological flexibility, the ability to adapt your response based on the specific context and what would be most effective, is key to mastering anger. The more tools in your toolkit, the more flexibly you can respond to various anger-provoking situations. With this understanding, let's explore specific techniques for responding skillfully to anger, beginning with perhaps the most fundamental skill for interpersonal situations, communicating in ways that connect rather than combust. Communication that connects, not combusts, assertiveness skills. When anger arises in interpersonal contexts, how you communicate can make the difference between resolving the situation constructively and escalating it into damaging conflict. Assertiveness represents a powerful approach to communication that allows you to express your feelings, needs, and boundaries clearly while maintaining respect for others. To understand assertiveness, it helps to contrast it with other communication styles that often emerge during anger: aggression, passivity, and passive aggression. Each style reflects a different balance or imbalance between respecting your own needs and respecting others' needs. Aggressive communication involves expressing your needs, feelings, or opinions in ways that violate others' rights or dignity. It often includes blaming, attacking, demanding, intimidating, or overwhelming others with the force of your expression. While aggression might get immediate results through fear or dominance, it typically damages relationships, reduces cooperation, and creates resentment that undermines long-term effectiveness. Passive communication involves violating your own rights or needs by failing to express them clearly. It includes giving in when you don't want to, remaining silent when something bothers you, or communicating so indirectly that your message gets lost. Passivity might temporarily avoid conflict, but it often leads to resentment, suppressed anger, that can emerge later in unhealthy ways. It also prevents genuine resolution of issues, since the other person may not even know there's a problem. Passive-aggressive communication involves expressing anger indirectly rather than openly addressing issues. It might include sarcasm, subtle sabotage, deliberately forgetting commitments, or making veiled comments rather than stating concerns directly. While this approach avoids direct confrontation, it typically damages trust and prevents genuine resolution of problems. Assertive communication, by contrast, involves respecting both your rights, needs, and others' rights, needs. It's characterized by clear, direct, honest expression that remains respectful of all involved. Assertiveness allows anger to be acknowledged and expressed constructively without either suppressing your genuine feelings or imposing them harmfully on others. Research consistently demonstrates the effectiveness of assertive communication for managing anger and improving interpersonal outcomes. Studies show that assertiveness training helps individuals express needs constructively without resorting to aggression or passivity, leading to better conflict resolution and relationship satisfaction. Several key components make up assertive communication, each contributing to its effectiveness. I statements form the foundation of assertive communication, allowing you to take ownership of your feelings and thoughts rather than projecting them onto others. Instead of saying, "You always make me angry by doing X," which blames and often triggers defensiveness, an assertive approach might be, "I feel frustrated when X happens because Y." This subtle shift focuses on your experience rather than accusing or blaming the other person, making constructive dialogue more likely. Describing behavior objectively involves sticking to observable facts rather than judgmental labels or interpretations. For example, when the report was submitted after the deadline, rather than when you were lazy and missed the deadline. The first statement describes what actually happened. The second adds a judgment, lazy, that's likely to provoke defensiveness rather than understanding. Stating your feelings and needs clearly and calmly allows you to express emotion without attacking. Simple statements like "I feel hurt" or "I need some space" communicate your experience directly without blaming others for causing it. This clarity helps others understand your perspective without feeling accused or attacked. Making clear specific requests, when applicable, involves asking directly for what you want or need, rather than expecting others to figure it out or complaining without indicating a desired outcome. For example, "Could we talk about this later when I'm calmer?" Or, "I'd appreciate it if you could let me know in advance when plans change." Specific requests give others a clear understanding of what would resolve the situation from your perspective. Active listening, though not always emphasized in discussions of assertiveness, forms a crucial complement to clear expression. Genuinely hearing the other person's perspective, even when you disagree, demonstrates respect and creates space for mutual understanding. Importantly, validation, acknowledging the other person's experience, doesn't necessarily mean agreement with their position. Practicing assertiveness often requires starting small and building confidence gradually. Many people find it helpful to plan ahead for difficult conversations, perhaps writing out key points or practicing what they want to say. With consistent practice, assertive communication becomes more natural and accessible, even during emotionally charged situations. The power of assertiveness lies in its balance. It allows you to honor your own experience and needs while maintaining respect for others. This balance aligns with values many people hold dear, such as honesty, respect, and fairness, making assertive communication not just effective, but also authentic and value-consistent. In-the-moment anger tamers, quick relief and de-escalation strategies. While assertive communication provides a framework for expressing anger constructively, sometimes the immediate need is to de-escalate intense emotion before communication becomes possible. When anger reaches high intensity, cognitive function becomes impaired, making thoughtful response difficult. In these moments, strategies that quickly reduce emotional intensity can create space for more considered action. Several evidence-based techniques can help tame anger in the moment, interrupting escalation and creating conditions for more skillful response. The strategic timeout represents one of the most valuable yet underutilized anger management techniques. Unlike simply storming off, which can damage communication, a properly implemented timeout involves temporarily removing yourself from a triggering situation with clear communication about your intention to return when calmer. Effective timeouts begin with recognizing your personal escalation point, the level of anger at which productive interaction becomes unlikely. This recognition draws on the body awareness skills from Chapter 3 and might involve noticing specific physical signals like a racing heart, tight chest, or clenched jaw that indicate anger is approaching a problematic intensity. Having a planned phrase ready makes implementing a timeout smoother. Simple statements like, "I need a few minutes to collect my thoughts," or "I'm getting too upset to discuss this productively right now. Let's take a break and continue in 30 minutes." Communicate your intention without blaming the other person or abandoning the conversation entirely. Crucially, using the timeout effectively involves actively calming yourself rather than ruminating or fuming in isolation. This might include applying the physical calming techniques from Chapter 3, deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, or the mindfulness practices from Chapter 4. The goal is to return to the interaction in a state more conducive to constructive engagement. Research supports the effectiveness of strategic timeouts for preventing escalation and allowing more productive conflict resolution. Studies show that physiological arousal during conflict discussions predicts negative outcomes, while temporary disengagement followed by calmer re-engagement often leads to more constructive resolution. Brief. Strategic distraction offers another valuable approach for interrupting anger escalation. While chronic distraction as an avoidance strategy can be problematic, as discussed in Chapter 6, brief, intentional shifting of attention can help prevent an immediate emotional explosion, allowing you to regain composure before addressing the issue. This approach works best when used to prevent immediate escalation, not as a substitute for eventually addressing the underlying issue. Healthy distraction might involve engaging your senses, looking around and noticing 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear, etc. Performing a brief, engaging mental task, counting backward from 100 by 7s, or temporarily changing your environment, stepping outside briefly. The key distinction between strategic distraction and problematic avoidance lies in intention and duration. Strategic distraction is a temporary measure used intentionally to reduce immediate emotional intensity, with the understanding that the underlying issue likely still needs addressing once you've regained composure. Humor, when used appropriately, can also help shift perspective and reduce anger intensity. The emphasis here is on finding gentle absurdity in the situation without sarcasm or dismissing valid feelings. Self-directed humor. "I'm getting worked up enough to power a small city right now," or finding irony in the situation itself often works better than humor directed at others, which can feel dismissive or disrespectful. Humor works by creating psychological distance from the triggering situation, allowing you to see it from a slightly different perspective. This shift can break tension and allow for a reset in the interaction. However, humor should be used with caution, as inappropriate or poorly timed attempts at lightening the mood can backfire, making others feel their concerns aren't being taken seriously. Thought-stopping redirection provides a cognitive technique for interrupting rumination cycles that often intensify and prolong anger. This approach involves first catching yourself when engaged in repetitive, unhelpful, angry thoughts, like mentally rehearsing arguments or repeatedly reviewing perceived wrongs, then deliberately interrupting this pattern. The interruption might involve a firm mental stop or a visual cue, like imagining a stop sign, followed by immediately redirecting your attention to something else, perhaps your breath, the task at hand, or a planned coping statement developed using the cognitive restructuring techniques from Chapter 2. Research on thought stopping shows mixed results when used in isolation, but as part of a comprehensive approach to managing rumination, it can help interrupt the cognitive cycles that maintain and intensify anger. The key lies in not just stopping the thoughts, but redirecting attention to something more constructive. These in-the-moment techniques share a common purpose: interrupting anger's escalation cycle before it reaches a point where skillful response becomes difficult. They create a window of opportunity for implementing other strategies like assertive communication or problem solving from a state of relative calm rather than intense emotional arousal. The most effective approach often involves combining these techniques based on the specific situation and your personal needs. For instance, you might use a strategic timeout during which you apply both physical calming techniques and thought redirection before returning to address the situation with assertive communication. Processing anger constructively, reflection and learning strategies. While in-the-moment techniques help manage acute anger episodes, lasting change often requires deeper processing and learning. After the immediate intensity has passed, strategies that help you understand, learn from, and prepare for future anger-provoking situations become valuable. Several evidence-based approaches support this deeper processing. Journaling offers a powerful tool for insight and emotional processing. Research consistently demonstrates the benefits of expressive writing for understanding emotions, reducing distress, and gaining clarity. Studies show that writing about emotional experiences can improve mental well-being and even physical health markers, making journaling a valuable component of comprehensive anger management. Various journaling approaches can be helpful for working with anger. Structured prompts based on the ABCD model from Chapter 2 help identify the thoughts fueling anger and develop more balanced perspectives. Questions about triggers, underlying needs, and value-aligned responses create awareness of patterns and opportunities for growth. Expressive writing involves freely writing about your anger experience without worrying about structure or grammar, simply allowing your thoughts and feelings to flow onto the page. This approach helps process emotions by externalizing them, creating distance that allows for greater perspective and insight. Journaling also supports planning for future responses based on insights gained. By reflecting on what triggered anger, how you responded, and what might work better next time, you develop increasingly effective strategies tailored to your specific patterns and challenges. Problem solving, when applied during periods of calm rather than acute anger, helps address underlying issues that repeatedly trigger anger. This approach involves several steps: identifying the core problem or unmet need behind the anger, brainstorming potential solutions without immediately evaluating them, then assessing options, and developing an action plan. Effective problem solving recognizes that anger often signals legitimate concerns that need addressing. Rather than focusing solely on managing the emotion, this approach asks, what's the actual problem here and how might it be resolved? Sometimes the answer involves assertive communication to express needs or set boundaries. Other times it might require accepting what can't be changed while finding ways to cope more effectively. The problem-solving approach works best when you're in a relatively calm state, able to think clearly about the situation rather than being driven by intense emotion. It complements rather than replaces the in-the-moment techniques discussed earlier, addressing root causes rather than just symptoms. Tracking your anger using an anger meter or scale provides valuable data for understanding patterns and progress. This simple self-monitoring technique involves rating anger intensity, typically on a 0 to 10 scale, during or after episodes, noting triggers, responses, and factors that help decrease intensity. Research supports self-monitoring as an effective component of behavior change programs across various domains. For anger management specifically, tracking helps increase awareness of patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. Common triggers, typical escalation speed, effective de-escalation techniques, and progress over time. This tracking needn't be elaborate. Simple notes in a journal or smartphone app can suffice. The key is consistency in recording episodes and reflecting on patterns that emerge. Over time, this data helps you recognize early warning signs of anger, identify situations that consistently trigger strong reactions, and refine your personal toolkit of effective responses. These reflection and learning strategies complement the in-the-moment techniques discussed earlier, creating a comprehensive approach to anger management. In-the-moment techniques help navigate acute episodes skillfully. Reflection and learning strategies help reduce the frequency and intensity of future episodes by addressing patterns and underlying issues. Together, these approaches create a virtuous cycle. Better management of acute episodes provides material for reflection and learning, which in turn enhances your ability to navigate future episodes skillfully. Over time, this cycle leads to lasting change in your relationship with anger. Putting it into practice, Chapter 8 Exercises. The following exercises will help you develop practical skills in responding skillfully to anger, building on the theoretical understanding we've explored. Exercise 1. Assertive Communication Practice. This exercise helps you develop skill in expressing anger constructively through assertive communication. Think of a recent situation where you felt angry but didn't communicate effectively. Perhaps you were aggressive, passive, or passive-aggressive. Choose a situation that's meaningful but not your most challenging interaction. Starting with moderate difficulty helps build confidence. Write out an assertive response using the components we discussed. Objective description of the behavior or situation, just the facts. I statement expressing your feelings and their impact on you. Clear statement of your need or boundary. Specific request if applicable. For example, instead of, "You always interrupt me in meetings and it's incredibly rude," aggressive, or saying nothing but feeling resentful, passive. An assertive response might be, "During yesterday's team meeting, I noticed I was interrupted several times while sharing my ideas," objective behavior. "I felt frustrated and devalued when this happened," feeling. "I need the opportunity to express my thoughts fully," need. "I'd appreciate if you could let me finish my points before responding in future meetings," request. After writing your assertive response, practice saying it out loud, paying attention to tone of voice, pace, and body language. Assertive communication involves not just the words, but how they're delivered, ideally with a calm, firm tone, at a measured pace, with open rather than closed or aggressive body language. If possible, role-play this communication with a trusted friend, asking for feedback on both content and delivery. This practice helps build confidence and skill for real-world application. Exercise 2. Anger Journaling Prompt. This exercise helps you gain insight into your anger patterns and identify opportunities for more skillful responses. Use the following prompt to explore a recent anger episode in writing. Choose an experience that still carries some emotional charge but isn't overwhelming to reflect on. Trigger. What specifically happened right before your anger spiked? Describe the situation objectively, focusing on observable facts rather than interpretations. Thoughts. What was going through your mind? Include judgments, interpretations, demands, or expectations that fueled the anger. Look for patterns from Chapter 2, such as shoulds, catastrophizing, or labeling. Feelings, body. What emotions did you experience? Where did you feel them in your body? Rate the intensity of your anger on a 0 to 10 scale. Notice any secondary emotions like shame about being angry or anxiety about expressing it. Actions. What did you actually do or say? Be honest about your response, without judgment. Notice the consequences of these actions, both immediate and longer term. Underlying need value. What important need or value of yours felt threatened, ignored, or violated in this situation? What does this anger tell you about what matters to you? Value-aligned response. If you could replay this situation, guided by your values, what might you do differently next time? What response would align with the person you want to be, even while acknowledging the anger? This journaling exercise helps transform anger episodes from purely negative experiences into opportunities for learning and growth. By understanding the full pattern, from trigger through thoughts, feelings, and actions to underlying needs, you develop greater awareness that supports more skillful future responses. Exercise 3. Identify your go-to technique. This exercise helps you prepare for future anger episodes by selecting and committing to specific techniques that resonate with you personally. From the In the Moment Anger Tamers section, timeout, distraction, humor, thought stopping, and the calming techniques in Chapter 3, breathing, relaxation, Choose one or two strategies that seem most practical and appealing for your specific circumstances. Consider factors like which techniques align with your personal style and preferences, which would be most practical in the contexts where you typically experience anger, which address your particular patterns, e.g., physical arousal, rumination, impulsive speech. Once you've selected your go-to techniques, take time to prepare for their implementation. If you've chosen strategic timeout, prepare a specific phrase you'll use. If you've selected diaphragmatic breathing, practice it daily so it's accessible when needed. If thought-stopping appeals to you, identify a specific redirection focus or coping statement. Commit to consciously trying your chosen techniques the very next time you notice your anger escalating significantly, e.g., reaching a 5 or 6 on your 0 to 10 scale. Set this intention specifically, perhaps writing it down or sharing it with someone who can provide accountability. After implementing your chosen technique, reflect on what worked well and what could be improved. This reflection helps refine your approach for future situations, gradually building skill and confidence in managing anger effectively. These exercises translate the concepts we've explored into practical skills you can apply in daily life. Like any skills, they develop through consistent practice rather than perfect implementation. Be patient with yourself as you learn, treating setbacks as opportunities for learning rather than evidence of failure. The techniques we've explored in this chapter provide practical tools for responding skillfully to anger in various contexts. Assertive communication helps express anger constructively in interpersonal situations. In-the-moment techniques help de-escalate intense emotion before it leads to regrettable actions. Reflection and learning strategies help process anger experiences and prepare for future challenges. These approaches don't replace the foundational practices from earlier chapters, but rather complement them, creating a comprehensive toolkit for mastering anger. Mindful awareness helps you recognize when anger is arising. Acceptance creates space to choose your response rather than react automatically. Values provide direction for what kind of response would align with your deeper aims. And the specific techniques in this chapter offer concrete ways to translate these principles into effective action. The most powerful approach combines these elements flexibly based on the specific situation. No single technique works optimally in all contexts, which is why developing a range of options matters more than finding one perfect strategy. With practice, you'll learn which approaches work best for you in different circumstances, creating a personalized toolkit for navigating anger skillfully. This integration of awareness, acceptance, values, and specific techniques represents the essence of mastering calm power. Rather than being controlled by anger or trying to eliminate it entirely, you develop the capacity to work with it constructively, acknowledging its presence while choosing responses aligned with your values and long-term aims. Yet, even as you develop these skills, questions may arise about sustaining them over time. How do you maintain progress when faced with ongoing stressors? How do you recover when you inevitably have setbacks? How do you integrate these various approaches into a cohesive, sustainable practice that supports not just anger management, but overall well-being and life satisfaction? The final chapter addresses these questions, exploring how to weave the threads we've been developing into a tapestry of lasting resilience and calm power that can weather life's inevitable storms while allowing you to thrive in ways you might never have imagined possible. Calm power. Throughout this book, we've explored various dimensions of anger, how to understand it, work with it, and respond to it skillfully. We've examined specific techniques and practices that help transform your relationship with this powerful emotion. Now, as we reach our final chapter, it's time to bring these threads together into a cohesive whole to explore what it truly means to embody calm power. But what exactly is calm power? It's not merely the absence of anger or the perfect implementation of anger management techniques. It's something more profound and transformative, a way of being that combines inner steadiness with effective action, self-awareness with interpersonal skill, acceptance with purposeful change. Calm power represents the capacity to remain centered and clear even when facing challenging circumstances, to respond rather than react, to stand firmly in your values while navigating life's inevitable storms. It's the ability to experience the full range of human emotions, including anger, without being controlled or defined by any of them. This final chapter explores how to integrate everything you've learned into a sustainable, ongoing practice that supports not just better anger management, but a more fulfilling, meaningful life. We'll examine how the various approaches we've explored work together synergistically, creating something greater than the sum of its parts. We'll address common misconceptions about what success looks like in this journey, explore the important connection between anger and stress, and discuss strategies for maintaining progress over time. Most importantly, we'll focus on how mastering calm power isn't a destination you reach once and for all, but an ongoing journey of growth, learning, and increasing skill, a journey that continues to yield benefits throughout your life. Bringing it all together, your integrated calm power system. Throughout this book, we've explored 8 core pillars for mastering anger and cultivating calm power. Each represents a crucial dimension of working skillfully with anger. In Chapter 1, we explored anger's nature, recognizing it as a universal human emotion with both constructive potential and destructive pitfalls. This foundation of understanding helps you approach anger with clarity rather than judgment or fear. Think skillfully. Chapter 2 revealed how thoughts and interpretations fuel anger, and how cognitive restructuring can help you develop more balanced, accurate perspectives that reduce unnecessary anger. Calm physically. Chapter 3 focused on the body's role in anger, offering techniques to regulate physiological arousal through breath, muscle relaxation, and mindful movement. Notice mindfully. Chapter 4 introduced mindfulness as a way to observe anger and other experiences with clarity and non-judgment, creating space between trigger and response. Accept willingly. Chapter 5 explored acceptance and willingness as alternatives to fighting against or suppressing anger, showing how making space for difficult emotions paradoxically reduces their power over you. Drop unworkable control. Chapter 6 addressed the problem with control strategies, highlighting how attempts to eliminate or suppress anger often backfire and introducing the liberating concept of creative hopelessness. Act on values. Chapter 7 focused on values as a compass for guiding behavior, showing how connecting with what truly matters helps you choose meaningful actions even when experiencing anger. Chapter 8 provided specific techniques for communicating effectively and managing anger in various contexts, offering practical tools for translating awareness into action. While we've explored these pillars sequentially for clarity, in practice, they don't operate as isolated components or a rigid sequence. Rather, they form an integrated system where each element supports and enhances the others, creating synergistic effects greater than any single approach could produce. Consider how these elements interact. Mindfulness supports acceptance by helping you clearly see what you're accepting. Acceptance creates space for value-driven action by freeing up energy previously consumed by internal struggle. Cognitive skills help you challenge thoughts fueling anger that mindful acceptance allows you to notice. Physical calming supports clearer thinking by reducing the physiological arousal that impairs cognitive function. Values provide direction for skillful responses that mindfulness creates space to choose. These interconnections create a self-reinforcing system where progress in one area naturally supports growth in others. As you develop greater mindful awareness, for instance, you become more skilled at catching anger-fueling thoughts early. As you practice acceptance, you create conditions where cognitive restructuring becomes more effective. As you clarify your values, you strengthen your motivation for practicing all the other skills. This integrated approach offers several advantages over single strategy methods. It provides multiple entry points. You can begin with whichever dimension resonates most strongly with you personally. It addresses anger comprehensively, cognitively, physically, emotionally, behaviorally, rather than focusing on just one aspect. and it offers flexibility to adapt your approach based on the specific context and your particular needs in any given moment. The goal isn't to apply every technique in every situation, but rather to develop a flexible, personalized toolkit you can draw from as needed. Sometimes a simple breathing technique might be most helpful. Other times, cognitive restructuring or assertive communication might be called for. With practice, you'll develop intuitive wisdom about which approach serves best in different contexts. This integration transforms anger management from a collection of techniques into a cohesive way of being, what we're calling calm power. Rather than merely implementing strategies when anger arises, you develop a fundamentally different relationship with your emotional life, characterized by greater awareness, acceptance, flexibility, and purposeful action. Calm power is not about never feeling angry. As we integrate these approaches into a cohesive practice, it's crucial to clarify what success actually looks like in mastering calm power. Perhaps the most common misconception is that the goal is to never feel angry, to achieve a state of perpetual serenity where anger simply doesn't arise. This misconception sets an impossible standard that leads inevitably to frustration and self-judgment. Anger is a normal, natural human emotion that will continue to arise throughout your life in response to perceived threats, injustices, or violations of what matters to you. Attempting to eliminate anger entirely is not only unrealistic, but potentially harmful, as it can lead to suppression, denial, or disconnection from your authentic experience. A more realistic and helpful definition of success involves redefining mastery as skillful navigation rather than emotion elimination. The goal isn't to never feel anger, but to develop a different relationship with anger when it arises, one characterized by awareness, choice, and value-aligned action rather than automatic reactivity. This redefinition shifts focus from the presence or absence of anger to how you respond to it. Anger itself isn't the problem. Destructive reactions to anger are what we aim to change. Success means responding to anger in ways that address legitimate concerns constructively while maintaining respect for yourself and others. In practical terms, this means focusing on reducing the frequency, intensity, duration, and negative impact of anger episodes rather than trying to eliminate anger entirely. Frequency. With practice, you may find that minor irritations that previously triggered anger no longer do so, as you develop more balanced perspectives and greater psychological flexibility. Intensity. When anger does arise, its peak intensity may decrease as you implement cognitive, physical, and mindfulness techniques that moderate emotional arousal. Duration. Anger episodes may resolve more quickly as you develop skills to process emotions effectively rather than prolonging them through rumination or suppression. Negative impact. Perhaps most importantly, the harmful effects of anger on your relationships, health, and well-being diminish as you learn to express anger constructively rather than destructively. This approach acknowledges that the journey involves progress, not perfection. Setbacks and lapses are normal, expected parts of the learning process, not evidence of failure. Just as someone learning a musical instrument doesn't expect flawless performance from the beginning, you shouldn't expect perfect anger management as you develop these skills. Embracing imperfection means treating yourself with compassion when you stumble, viewing mistakes as opportunities for learning rather than reasons for self-criticism. Each time you notice an old pattern reemerging, you have a new chance to practice a different response, gradually strengthening new neural pathways and behavioral tendencies. The true power in this journey lies not in controlling or eliminating emotions, but in the freedom to choose your response wisely, guided by your values. This freedom emerges as you develop greater awareness of anger arising, willingness to experience it without being controlled by it, and skill in selecting responses aligned with the person you want to be. This perspective transforms anger management from a restrictive practice focused on what you're trying to avoid, anger, conflict, regret, to an expansive one focused on what you're moving toward, awareness, authenticity, meaningful connection. Rather than merely avoiding problems, you're actively creating a life aligned with what matters most to you, regardless of what emotions arise along the way. The anger-stress connection, a two-way street. As you develop your integrated approach to mastering anger, it's valuable to understand the strong bidirectional relationship between anger and stress. These two experiences are intimately connected, each influencing and often amplifying the other in ways that can create challenging cycles if left unaddressed. Research consistently demonstrates that chronic anger acts as a significant stressor, contributing to physiological wear and tear through prolonged activation of stress response systems. The frequent surges in stress hormones, increased cardiovascular activity, and muscle tension associated with recurring anger can take a toll on physical health over time, potentially contributing to issues like hypertension, compromised immune function, and increased inflammation. Conversely, stress lowers the threshold for anger responses by impairing cognitive control and increasing physiological arousal. When you're already stressed, the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for rational thinking, perspective taking, and impulse control, functions less effectively. Meanwhile, the amygdala, involved in threat detection and emotional reactivity, becomes more sensitive. This combination makes you more likely to interpret situations as threatening or unfair, and less able to moderate your emotional responses. This bidirectional relationship creates the potential for a vicious cycle. Chronic anger increases stress, which in turn makes anger more likely and intense, leading to more stress, and so on. Breaking this cycle requires addressing both anger and stress as interconnected aspects of your overall emotional regulation system. The good news is that the skills you've been developing for mastering anger also serve as potent stress reduction tools. Mindfulness practices help reduce stress by bringing attention to the present moment rather than worrying about the future or ruminating about the past. Relaxation techniques directly counteract the physiological stress response. Cognitive restructuring helps challenge the catastrophic thinking that often fuels both stress and anger. Value-based living provides meaning and purpose that buffer against stress effects. Assertive communication helps address stressors directly rather than allowing them to accumulate. By leveraging these overlapping skills, you create a comprehensive approach to both anger and stress management. Rather than treating these as separate issues requiring different solutions, you can view them as interconnected aspects of emotional well-being addressed through an integrated set of practices. This integrated approach contributes to building overall psychological resilience, the ability to adapt effectively to life's challenges, bounce back from difficulties, and even grow through adversity. Research on resilience highlights several key factors that can be actively cultivated through the practices we've explored: emotional regulation skills, psychological flexibility, a sense of purpose and meaning, and strong social connections. By developing calm power, you're not just managing anger more effectively, you're building a foundation of resilience that serves you across all of life's challenges. The same skills that help you navigate anger skillfully also help you face uncertainty, loss, conflict, and other inevitable difficulties with greater equanimity and effectiveness. Making it stick, the crucial role of ongoing practice. As you integrate these various approaches into your life, one factor emerges as absolutely essential for lasting change: consistent, ongoing practice. The skills we've explored throughout this book aren't one-time fixes or quick solutions, but rather capabilities that develop gradually through regular application and refinement. Research on the long-term effectiveness of psychological interventions like CBT and ACT consistently shows that sustained benefits depend heavily on continued practice and integration of skills into daily life. Just as physical fitness requires ongoing exercise rather than a one-time workout, psychological flexibility and emotional regulation require consistent practice rather than a one-time learning experience. This necessity for practice makes intuitive sense when we consider how habits form. Your current patterns of responding to anger developed over years or decades of repetition, creating well-established neural pathways that activate automatically in triggering situations. Creating new patterns requires building new neural pathways through repeated practice, gradually making skillful responses more automatic and accessible, even during challenging moments. Neuroscience research on neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections, supports this understanding. Consistent practice physically rewires your brain's response patterns over time, making new behaviors increasingly natural and effortless. This rewiring doesn't happen overnight or through occasional effort, but through regular repetition that strengthens new pathways while allowing old ones to gradually weaken through disuse. Given the importance of consistent practice, how can you sustain your commitment over time, especially when motivation naturally fluctuates? Several strategies can help. Schedule it. Integrate brief practices into your daily or weekly routine, treating them as non-negotiable appointments with yourself. Even short sessions, 5 minutes of mindfulness, a quick body scan, a brief values reflection, can be effective when done consistently. Linking practices to existing habits, like doing a minute of mindful breathing before your morning shower or a brief body scan before sleep, can help them become automatic parts of your routine. Regularly check in with yourself about what's working and what needs adjustment. This might involve monthly reviews of your anger patterns, noting progress and identifying areas for continued growth. When certain approaches aren't working as well as hoped, revisit relevant chapters for guidance or consider how to adapt techniques to better fit your specific needs and circumstances. Use your tools. Continue using practical tools like anger logs, assertive communication practice, and calming techniques, even during periods when anger seems less problematic. Proactive use of these tools helps strengthen skills before they're urgently needed and prevents regression to old patterns during calmer periods. Recommit to values. Periodically clarify what matters most to you, reconnecting with the deeper purpose behind your practice. When motivation wanes, remembering why this journey matters to you, how it connects to the kind of person you want to be and the life you want to create, can reignite commitment and energy for continued growth. Anticipate challenges. Plan specifically for high-risk situations or known triggers, developing concrete strategies for navigating them skillfully. This might involve mentally rehearsing value-aligned responses to predictable challenges or creating specific implementation intentions. If X happens, then I'll do Y, for situations that typically trigger anger. Seek support. Share your journey with trusted others who can provide encouragement, accountability, and perspective. Consider joining a mindfulness group, working with a therapist or coach, or simply discussing your practice with supportive friends or family members. Social support not only helps sustain motivation, but also provides valuable feedback and alternative perspectives. These strategies help transform the practices we've explored from temporary interventions into sustainable habits that continue to serve you over time. Rather than viewing anger management as a project to complete, you approach it as an ongoing practice that evolves and deepens throughout your life. Living with calm power, the ongoing journey. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration, it's worth reflecting on the journey you've undertaken and the path that lies ahead. The process of mastering anger and cultivating calm power doesn't end with the final page of this book. It continues as an ongoing journey of growth, learning, and increasing skill. Take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the progress you've already made. Simply by engaging with these ideas and practices, you've demonstrated commitment to your own growth and well-being. Perhaps you've already experienced shifts in how you relate to anger, moments of greater awareness, instances where you chose a different response than your habitual reaction, or situations where you maintained connection to your values even amidst strong emotion. These changes, however subtle they might seem, represent meaningful steps toward a fundamentally different relationship with anger. Each time you notice anger arising before reacting automatically, each time you create space between trigger and response, each time you choose a value-aligned action despite emotional discomfort, you're strengthening new patterns that gradually become more natural and accessible. As you continue this journey, consider committing not just to managing anger more effectively, but to creating a life aligned with your deepest values. The skills we've explored serve not only to reduce problems, but to actively build a meaningful, fulfilling existence characterized by authentic connection, purposeful action, and psychological flexibility. This broader commitment connects anger management to your overall well-being and life satisfaction. Rather than seeing these practices as something you do only when anger arises, you integrate them into your daily life as expressions of who you want to be and how you want to live. As you develop greater calm power within yourself, notice the ripple effects this creates in your relationships and environment. When you respond to challenging situations with awareness and skill rather than reactive anger, you create conditions where others can do the same. Your capacity to remain centered amidst difficulty creates space for more constructive interaction, potentially transforming not just your own experience, but the dynamics of your relationships, workplace, and community. Remember that mastery is a path, not a destination. There is no final point at which you've solved anger once and for all. Rather, there is ongoing growth in awareness, acceptance, and skillful action, a continual unfolding of greater capacity to navigate life's challenges with wisdom and effectiveness. This perspective transforms setbacks from failures into opportunities for deeper learning. Each difficult moment becomes a chance to practice, each regression to old patterns an invitation to renew your commitment with self-compassion rather than self-judgment. The question becomes not, have I mastered anger yet, but rather, how am I continuing to grow in my relationship with anger and other challenging experiences? As you move forward from these pages into continued practice in daily life, carry with you this understanding. The journey of mastering calm power is ultimately about freedom, freedom from automatic reactivity, freedom to choose responses aligned with your values, freedom to experience the full range of human emotions without being controlled by any of them. This freedom doesn't come from eliminating anger or achieving perfect emotional control, but from developing the awareness to see clearly, the acceptance to make space for whatever arises, the wisdom to discern skillful action, and the courage to choose responses that serve your deeper aims rather than momentary impulses. In this freedom lies the essence of calm power, not power over others through force or intimidation, but power within yourself to remain centered and clear even amidst life's inevitable storms, to stand firmly in your values while navigating challenges with wisdom and skill to create a life of meaning and purpose regardless of what emotions arise along the way. Putting it into practice, Chapter 9 Exercises. The following exercises will help you integrate the concepts and practices we've explored into a sustainable, ongoing approach to cultivating calm power in your life. Exercise 1. Create your calm power plan. This exercise helps you develop a personalized plan for continuing to manage anger and cultivate calm power based on everything you've learned. Take time to reflect on which approaches from the book have resonated most strongly with you and seemed most helpful for your specific patterns and challenges. Consider which practices you'd like to continue developing as part of your ongoing journey. Based on this reflection, write down your personalized plan, including at least one specific, ongoing practice related to each of these areas, tailored to your needs. Mind thoughts. How will you continue working with the cognitive dimension of anger? This might involve a weekly review of thought patterns using an ABC log, daily practice of cognitive restructuring when negative thoughts arise, or regular reflection on common thinking traps you tend to fall into. Body. How will you maintain awareness and regulation of anger's physical dimension? Perhaps a daily 3-minute diaphragmatic breathing practice, regular progressive muscle relaxation, or mindful movement integrated into your routine. Acceptance/mindfulness. How will you cultivate ongoing awareness and acceptance? This might include a daily 5-minute mindfulness of breath or body scan, regular practice of the allowing stance when difficult emotions arise, or weekly reflection on areas where you're struggling with acceptance. Values action. How will you stay connected to what matters most to you? Consider weekly planning of one small value-driven action, regular review of your core values, or daily reflection on how your actions aligned with your values. Skillful response. How will you continue developing effective ways of expressing and responding to anger? This might involve monthly practice of assertive communication scripts for anticipated difficult conversations, regular use of strategic timeouts when needed, or ongoing journaling about anger episodes to extract learning. Be specific about when and how you'll engage in each practice, making them concrete enough to implement consistently. Remember that smaller, sustainable commitments often prove more effective than ambitious plans that prove difficult to maintain. Exercise 2. Commit to daily micro-practice. This exercise helps you establish consistency through a minimal daily practice that builds momentum over time. Choose one very small 1 to 5 minutes practice from the book that feels most helpful or accessible to you personally. This might be mindful breathing, progressive muscle relaxation for your shoulders, noticing thoughts non-judgmentally, a quick values check-in, or any other brief practice that resonates with you. Commit to doing this micro-practice every day for the next 2 weeks, ideally at a set time linked to an existing habit, like right after brushing your teeth in the morning or just before getting into bed at night. The key is making it so brief and accessible that it feels almost impossible not to do it, even on your busiest days. During these 2 weeks, notice the cumulative effect of consistency. Pay attention to how the practice becomes more natural and automatic over time, how your skill develops through repetition, and how even a brief daily practice can create a foundation of awareness that influences your experience throughout the day. After the initial 2-week commitment, decide whether to continue this specific micro-practice, expand it slightly, or shift to a different brief daily practice. The goal is to establish the habit of consistent practice, however small, as a sustainable part of your routine. Exercise 3. Reflect and renew. This exercise helps you consolidate learning, acknowledge progress, and recommit to continued growth. Take 15 to 20 minutes to journal reflectively about your journey with anger and calm power, addressing the following questions. What are the 1 to 3 most significant shifts in understanding or behavior you've experienced related to anger since beginning this journey? These might be conceptual insights, practical skills, or changes in how you relate to anger when it arises. What skills or concepts feel strongest for you at this point? Which ones need more practice or feel challenging to implement? This honest assessment helps you recognize both progress and areas for continued growth. Looking ahead, what is one specific way you will actively nurture your calm power practice this month? This might be implementing a new technique, deepening an existing practice, or addressing a particular pattern or challenge you've identified. How will you handle setbacks or moments when old patterns resurface? Consider how you can respond with self-compassion rather than self-criticism, treating these moments as opportunities for learning and recommitment rather than evidence of failure. This reflection helps you recognize the journey you've undertaken, consolidate what you've learned, and set intentions for continued growth. By acknowledging both progress and areas for development, you create a balanced perspective that supports sustainable change. These exercises help translate the concepts and practices we've explored into an ongoing, integrated approach to cultivating calm power in your life. Remember that the goal isn't perfect implementation, but rather consistent engagement with the process of growth and learning. As you continue this journey beyond the pages of this book, carry with you the understanding that each step, however small, matters. Each moment of awareness, each conscious choice, each return to practice after a period of forgetting, all contribute to gradually transforming your relationship with anger and developing greater capacity for calm power in all aspects of life. The path unfolds one step at a time, one breath at a time, one choice at a time. And in that unfolding lies the profound opportunity to not just manage anger more effectively, but to create a life of greater awareness, authenticity, and meaningful action, a life where you navigate challenges with wisdom and skill, connect with others from a place of centered presence, and embody the values that matter most to you, regardless of what emotions arise along the way. This is the promise and the practice of calm power, not as a destination you reach once and for all, but as an ongoing journey of discovery, growth, and increasing freedom. A journey that continues to yield its gifts throughout your life, transforming not just how you relate to anger, but how you engage with all of life's experiences, both challenging and joyful, difficult and rewarding. As you close these pages and continue your practice in daily life, remember that the capacity for calm power already exists within you. It's not something you need to create from scratch or acquire from outside yourself, but rather a natural capability you're uncovering and strengthening through consistent attention and practice. With each mindful breath, each moment of acceptance, each value-aligned choice, you're not becoming someone different from who you are. You're becoming more fully yourself, accessing deeper dimensions of awareness, wisdom, and authentic power that have been there all along, waiting to be recognized and expressed. This recognition, that calm power is your birthright, your natural state when not obscured by reactive patterns, offers perhaps the most profound insight of all. The journey isn't about becoming something other than what you are, but about returning to your essential nature, your fundamental capacity for clear seeing, wise action, and genuine connection. In this returning, this remembering, this coming home to yourself lies the true meaning of mastering calm power, not as a technique to be perfected, but as a way of being to be embodied, moment by moment, breath by breath, choice by choice, throughout the ongoing journey of your life. Yet, even as you develop this inner mastery, a crucial question emerges. How effectively can you express this newfound clarity to others? The most profound inner wisdom remains locked within unless you can articulate it with precision and impact. The gap between what we understand internally and what we can communicate externally often determines how much our calm power influences the world around us. The bridge across this gap is the art of clear, compelling expression, a skill that complements and amplifies everything you've learned about managing anger and cultivating inner strength. To complete your transformation journey and ensure your calm power creates the impact it deserves, discover the audiobook, Words Are Power: How to Be Articulate, your essential guide to expressing your wisdom with the same clarity with which you now experience it. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.